Right. Hopefully I'm ready, and hopefully you can hear me, and hopefully everything's fine, and hopefully everybody's had a good Saturday so far. Hello, everybody. Yeah, happy Saturday. More Cecconoid. I do enjoy doing Cecconoid on a Saturday. We need to do more of this. Really enjoying kind of focusing on one thing at a time at the moment. It's really helping me get stuff done. Bit of a rush kind of getting set up. I only had about 10 minutes to get set up for the stream, so apologies if something is wrong. The title is set to 63, by the way. That's deliberate. I said last episode stream should have been number 63, but it said number 62. But rather than confuse things with the videos once I upload them, the video that had 404 at the top for the entire time is just going to be called 61A. So it's just going to be a continuation of that. So while this is technically episode 64, it is going to be numbered as 63. The numbering is just going to continue from 63 onwards, and that accidental episode is going to be known as episode 61A or episode 404 if you think we won't get to 404. The rate we're going, we might just. Hope everyone's okay. I feel all right. I feel a bit flustered, a bit rushed, but I'm okay, I think. Till 69, yeah. Then we stop at 69 and we just do 69A, 69B. Yeah. Right. I'm drinking cider tonight. I do have some vodka and I do have some wine, but I'm feeling the cider at the moment, so I'm just going to have cider. So I'm going to crack this open because I am kind of desperate. I've got something trapped under my fingernail today, so it's actually quite hard to do up with things. It's one of the worst pains, that. Just a tiny. I don't even know what it was. It was something in the sink. Something was stuck to the sink, and I just tried to chip it off, whatever it was, and it went underneath my nail. And I never found it as well, so I don't know if it's still there. I don't think it is still there because it doesn't feel like it's still there, but it bled a little and now it's sore, so joy. So we're going to carry on with Cecconoid tonight. I've got a few things I want to do. I had a very kind of brief back and forth between me and Nick. It wasn't really a back and forth, it was more like a suggestion from Nick and Mo, a further suggestion from myself, and then that was kind of it. But they're both it's wandering in the direction of your brain. Oh no. But we're going to implement both ideas tonight. I'll explain as we go along why, what they are and why we're doing it. But it's basically just a little enhancement to the script engine to make it more efficient. Both fixes will make it more efficient. Not that it's inefficient, but every little cycle counts. So we're going to do that. So let's start by giving you all some points. I would have been more prepared, but I did watch an episode of Cobra Kai before I started. So I've only just started watching it, so I'm on season 2 now. I think season 2, episode 1 or 2. I can't remember, but yeah, it's all right as well. I'd kind of avoided watching it, really. It just seemed a bit too cheesy for my liking. But now I've watched it, I actually appreciate the cheesiness of it. I kind of like it. It's so cheesy, it's kind of good in a way. Hey, Leiden, thank you for the sub and welcome back again. Always good to have people return. I'm trying to just line my phone up so it catches the wireless power source. Thing is, my case has a slot in the back of it, so there's a gap at the back of my case. It's only a couple of millimeters, about 4 or 5 millimeters, because it's a Pixel 6. It's got that camera bump in it. That's it's a camera bar. So the cases all have kind of compartments in the back, and I use it to put my spare key in, so that if I walk out my front door and the door shuts behind me, it will lock. So I put it in there because there's an extra chance I won't walk out with the phone as well as my keys. So it's another chance for me to not get locked out. But the problem is where if the key falls to the top half of the case in the compartment, it blocks the wireless power transmission from my stand. So I have to hope there are no robbers watching. Well, they need to mug me for my keys. I mean that goes with anybody, right? My spare key's in my phone. It's not under a stone or any crap like that. Random 6502 programming question. How do you avoid feeling overwhelmed when a project starts to contain tons and tons of code? Also, do you not start to forget the previous stuff? Yeah. Well, actually, I mean that's kind of why we're doing what we're doing this year with Cecconoid. Yeah, alcohol strangely does help. But what you will find is if you drink too much, you get to a point sometimes where you can drink too much and you'll still be able to code. You're still in the level where you can code, but you don't know how you've done half of the stuff you've done. I remember we did a refactor of some, I think it was a soft sprite code in Pick and Mix. And it was quite an ambitious refactor, and we did it in about an hour and a half, I think. And I was pretty drunk while we were doing it. Like I was on well into the second bottle of wine by then. And I looked at it on the next day or the next stream. I can't remember if it was a stream or the day I looked at it, and I couldn't figure out how I'd done it, but it worked. It just for some reason it worked. I mean, I kind of get it now, but I couldn't understand how I'd managed to refactor so much, and it just worked. It was very, very surprising. So just be careful if you use alcohol. But in terms of kind of not forgetting kind of how things work, I guess it's just you've got to use it all the time. I'm kind of lucky that I have a kind of fairly good memory for some of these things. So being able to kind of leave it a couple of days and go back to things is not too bad. But definitely, continuing to do just work on one thing at a time. That's what I'm doing now, because I was starting to get to the point where it was taking me an hour every stream to catch up with what I was doing. And just try and split. The smaller the files are, the more files you have, the easier it's going to be for you to manage. I know it sounds kind of backwards, but if you've got like a file that has your controller logic, your collision logic, your sprite updates in it, if you've got like one file that's got 20 different things in it, I think I think you're going to run into problems. I think splitting things down into small, manageable chunks helps. I mean, it's always been a rule of thumb in coding, hasn't it? Good coding practices to write a piece of code that does one job, write a class that does one job and only one job, and don't complicate it by adding more and more and more stuff into it. So just import the commands that you need. And just if you write a piece of code that you have to think more than once about, just put some documentation in it. Yeah, the problem is I've been very bad at doing that with this, and the reason that is because I'm streaming. So there are some habits you will see me do while I'm streaming that are not great habits to pick up. One of them is the lack of comments as well. I should comment more often and more detailed, and I have started trying to do more of that as we've gone on. Because it helps me, but it's hard to do that when you're trying to stream and get kind of stuff done at the same time. But yeah, just architecture is important. Split your files into smaller files as makes sense. Then if you do need to figure out how something works, you're just looking in one place, not through thousands of lines of code of one thing. Try and keep your files as small as possible. Sometimes they're going to get big, you can't help it, but if you just keep them kind of related to one part of the thing, then you'll be fine. And just try and do a little bit every day. The other thing I would say as well is jump around in the code a lot. Like one thing I've been doing with this is I've been doing a lot of working on a piece of code and then going off and doing another piece and then coming back and doing a different piece, just kind of jumping around a lot and doing different things. To be honest, a lot of that is the nature of this game, because every screen is its own kind of game, if you like. It's very easy to kind of to change kind of course a lot. But if you are worried that you're going to forget old things, just go back to them. You just go back to them for like half an hour, so you do a bit of refactoring on it or something like that. But yeah, anyway. But don't worry. Code will get big. How many imports are too many imports? Or how many include files are too many? Like Andy says, if you're importing individual lines, then yeah, that's too many. But let me start the races for you all. But don't be afraid to have, look at the imports I've got in where is it? Where's my asset input export? Here we go. These are all data files that are imported. Fair enough, right? But these are code files. These are all, every one of these is a code file that gets imported. All right, it's auto-generated, but it gets imported. There's no such thing as too many. It's just that if you architecture it in the right way so that it doesn't feel like too many, it feels like it's necessary. It feels like the imports that you've got make sense. If you just had like something like this, that had 7 pages of imports like this, and they were all things like laser part 1, laser part 7, you know, then yeah, it's not a problem. Then that would be a problem. Sorry, holy crap! Have you not run out of memory? Yeah, dynamic code. So everything we do, or most of the things we do now, are loaded in dynamically on the fly. So like I said before, so I'll give a quick brief overview of how the architecture works quickly. So before we crack on, so the game works has basically it will only work from cartridge. While you probably could get it to run from disk, it would be incredibly slow, and you'd run into all sorts of problems. Every screen would pause all the time. The reason it runs from cartridge is because what we do is we load stuff into memory as we require it. There's a section of memory, well, you can see here. This section of memory here is loaded basically as soon as you exit the intro screen. So as soon as you exit the intro screen, this is loaded in, and this persists. This is what we call static code. This is never going to change in memory once it's been loaded in. Actually, the font mappings do as well. So everything up to here, actually. Then all of this stuff from this point onwards. Well, actually, no. Sorry. The next chunk is dynamic map data. So what do I mean by dynamic map data? Well, the entire map is stored on the cartridge. The entire map is not loaded into the computer, into the Commodore at any one time. We only ever load one screen at a time in. And what happens is we load a screen in. The screen is loaded in. The font is worked out. The fonts that are required are worked out by using this font mapping. Thank you for the bits, Anonymous Cheerer. Appreciate it as ever. Cheers. So the screen is analysed for which fonts, which characters are required. They're added to the font, which is dynamically, constantly cycling. The bottom 224 characters basically cycle around, with the exception of the first 10, which are static, but the rest in the middle cycle around all the time. Then the screen is actually built from the cartridge, and it's loaded into this area, into this map data area, including collision data and stuff like that. Then this area here, screen persistence code, has all the persistence data for the screens. So this is all the stuff that doesn't change between screens. So if you shoot something that's got 10 hit points, and you shoot it 5 times and it goes down to 5 hit points, you can go off the screen, come back, and it will still have 5 hit points. That's where all this data is stored. This also contains some startup code for each screen as well. So this is an example of a startup screen. You can see it's got the persistence data in it here. It just says that this screen triggers this initialization, and it's this initialization that loads the dynamic code in. And the dynamic code is where the clever part is. So what we do is every screen, basically when it starts, it loads a file like this. It jumps to a point in the file like this, and it's responsible for loading in any code that it needs. So this particular screen, obviously it needs to load its own dynamic code. So it needs to load the code for screen 23, but it also knows it's going to be using aim turrets, and it knows it's going to be using force fields. So it loads both of those pieces of code in so that it can execute it. So even though the code itself as a whole would probably come to around about 128 kilobytes, well, not just the code, but all the data we've got for the screens as well would come to about 128 kilobytes. Basically, every screen is its own kind of piece of code, basically. So yeah, basically every screen is basically more or less a PRG file. So whenever we load into a new screen, we're utilizing the speed of loading of cartridge to basically load a new game in. So we keep some of this stuff in memory. So we keep your score in memory, keep the number of lives that you have in memory. We keep the data that's changed on each screen. So that turret you blew up 7 screens ago, that's stored in memory. But the actual screen that you're about to load in is loaded like a new game as well. So You hope that Laxia or anyone else doesn't break the game when they put their intros on it. I kind of do hope they break it. I really do hope they break it, because I hope they mess it up and they can't figure it out. But I'm sure they will figure it out. The sad thing is because it's a cartridge, it'll be really easy for them to put an intro on it. Super, super easy for them to put an intro on it, because they'll just load a dynamic piece of code, same as we're doing, make it run the intro, then when you close it, load the game. So maybe add code obfuscation. It's a bit hard when there's a video of the whole fucking thing. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of video to watch, but yeah, it's fine. I don't mind if they have a guy. What I do mind is when they they take preview versions before they're ready, or they don't credit somebody, or they give a link to the game before, a link to the game to download the game from CSDB when it's still available for purchase. You can avoid the crack by adding your own tray. Yeah, but they'll find something. They'll go through the list of things that give them points. If I do a +5, they'll do a +6. That's just how it works. They're shits like that. For instance, I think it's going to be a struggle to get this game to work well on NTSC. So there is like a 50-50 chance we may not do NTSC. I think we might manage it, but I'm not guaranteeing it. But I can guarantee one thing is if we don't do NTSC, they will do an NTSC version in which they'll just say that it's NTSC compatible. They'll make whatever raster split fails because of the NTSC. They'll make it work regardless if it flickers or not. So, okay, one sec. I just need to reply to this. And that's basically it. That is basically the bulk of the architecture. The other little things that we've got in place are so we've got a particle engine. So the particle engine is fairly generic. It basically just reserves a number of characters in the font set. I think it's around about 8, I think, and just draws particle. Every frame it draws the particles into these characters. The reason why it kind of works is because 8 characters is probably enough to draw most particle effects, because most particle effects happen in clumps next to each other. So what happens is it draws a pixel in a character, plots that character to the screen. Then when it goes to draw the next pixel, it says, well, actually, there's already a particle on the screen in that character, so I'm just going to add it to that one. So it's still only using one character. And it carries on until it either runs out of particles to draw, or it tries to draw a particle somewhere that would require a 9th character. And then it stops and then just continues on the next frame to draw from there. So what that actually has the effect of doing is if too many particles are attempted to be drawn, what actually happens is why am I disconnected from chat on my phone? That's weird. Hang on, let me just, I can't see what Behemoth wrote there. I remember, hang on. Let me reconnect to my chat. I don't know why I can't see that. It's weird. I'm just going to watch this over so I can read it. I remember reading them. Okay, yeah. It's Cecconoid. So check if you're annoyed. It's that simple. Cecconoid. Yeah, if you move away from Twitch, I just noticed that, yeah. It's because I had to reply to something, so. Well annoyed. So yeah, then we've got a particle system in there like that, and we've obviously got a sprite multiplexer. But one of the great things, because every single screen is its own game, if you like, we have a nice kind of macros to do various things. And one of the macros that's really going to be good for us is the performance macro. So each screen can have a different performance level. What I mean by that is the particle system has a maximum number of particles and a number that it can process each frame. and the sprite multiplexer has a maximum number of sprites that it can draw to the screen. If we lower those numbers, we free up more raster time to do other things, and that can be changed on a per screen basis. So if we go into a screen and we find that the screen is struggling to run because it needs more processing time, it needs more time for raster time to be able to do stuff, we can just lower the particle count, or if we don't need the sprites, lower the sprite count, and that helps us there. And then everything else just comes about from all these little kind of additions we've been doing over the past few weeks. So our dynamic code is things like turrets. Each one of these things is responsible for it gets loaded in. So for instance, our current screen 23, has aim turrets in it. So we make sure we import the code. We dynamically import aim turret code, and then once that code's loaded into memory, we can initialize the aim turret system, and we can initialize 2 aim turrets with these macros here. And then we've got 2 aim turrets that work, and we can do the same with the force fields, and we can do that with lasers. So far, we can do it with aim turrets. Actually, that's not the dynamic code, is it? That's the dynamic code here. No, it's dynamic assets here. So we can do it with aim turrets, force fields, lasers, swarm, robotrons, and robo prize, which is just that falling thing. But we can add more to this as we go along, and that means we can load these into any screen we want, and once we leave that screen, they get unloaded from memory. So yes, it does seem like we should be running out of memory, but if you watch the memory when the game's released, if you watch the memory as it's as each screen is being loaded, you'll see things change. In fact, I can show you kind of now, right? So if you watch in the debugger, we'll go and view the memory at in here, right? So you can see the memory here. This is a view of the memory. Let me try and zoom in on an area that is going to load up. Yeah, here we go. So this is a view of the upper area of memory. So this is about F000 onwards. I think you wanted to change something to dynamic code. Yeah, there's a few little things I was thinking of moving to dynamic code, but I'll only do it if we need it. At the moment, there's not any necessary need for it, but if we do need more room in the static code area, we'll do that. But yeah, there's definitely some things that could be moved into there. So you see this code area is empty. At the moment I load this up, if that screen uses this area, you'll see code loaded in. So it's loading code in now. There's nothing in here. So there's nothing on this screen which uses this area. So it's not been loaded in. So if we move into this screen though, you'll see there is stuff in here, and you can see it's been loaded in down here. So this is not actually the code. This is the code here. So let me just kind of move that up. Yeah, there we go. And there we go. This is the turret code that's been loaded in. And you can see it being read. You can see it dynamically being used here. And the same goes for the font set. As I said, the font set is built in a way that... Oh, I pressed Alt F4 instead of Control F4. No, Control F4, Control F3, 2, Control Shift. Never get this right. Or is it that one? No. There we go. So this is the font set. This is the character set. And as I say, this is dynamically generated as well. So as we start the game, you'll see this is the base set. So the characters that you saw there on their own at the beginning, it's up to about here. It's like from here to here. They never change. That's because these are the most common characters that we see on any screen. So given any screen, there's a chance that one of these or one or more of these are on that screen. So they always stay in the character set. These characters are decals. These are used. I don't know what these ones are used for, but I'm pretty sure they're used for something. Then this is the HUD stuff, some bullets, I think, and you can see the particle system here. So these characters are the particle system. They're not going to really look that different no matter where I go. But you can see that as the particles extend over a large area, they start to need more characters here. But watch what happens to the character set as I change screens. You'll see the fonts update in sequence. You can see it's filling up, and then it's going to start back at the beginning again. Can I get down there? I could probably get down there, kind of. So you can see it updating. You see how it's cycling round and round and round. And so that's done all automatically as well, so that we don't have to worry about kind of doing this. But it did mean we had to write some functions as well, which allowed us to store things dynamically as well in memory. So there is this. I'm dead now. Let's get up there. So there is these. These are dynamic, these force fields. So you can see they're being drawn here in the font, but that will change depending on where the font index is as you go into that screen. That will change, and so we needed a function to be able to identify where they are and make sure that it ramps properly. So if it starts drawing 2 force fields here, that the last 2 end up here, sort of thing, and we get the proper numbers. And that's it. I mean, that's really it. The rest of it now just comes down to us filling in the data for each of these screens, and we're in a good position to kind of do that now. It's getting quicker and quicker and quicker to do these things now. So that's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to make a small change to the script runner. Then once we've got that working, we're going to finish this screen off by making the force fields appear and disappear. We'll start by just turning them on and off. But then in fact, we can probably do it at both at the same time. So I've got an idea for turning them on and off, which is we know the start of we know which screen address the start of the force field is, and we know how long it is. So what I was thinking of doing is storing an index. If that index is at 0, we don't do anything. But if it isn't at 0, then we increment it until it reaches the length value. And what that's going to do is it's either going to draw, if we're turning off, it's going to draw a space in that position. If we're turning on, it's going to draw a force field in that position. And what that will do, it will have the effect of making it look like the force field is kind of closing down like that and then reappearing like that. So it'll look like it's kind of drawing down. So I remember what you wanted to change the dynamic. The code that manages the sprites to allow it to go behind something. Yeah, that would make sense. Passable areas. Yeah, this thing here. Definitely could be done. It would make sense for it to be in another file. I'm going to leave it for now. I'll move it if I have to, because passable areas is likely to clash with other things as well. So, for instance, on but yeah, it's probably the most sensible candidate for another dynamic piece of code. But on this first screen, so the only thing we've got to be careful of with dynamic code is dynamic code, even though it's dynamic and we can load it in when we want, it still has to be loaded into a specific area of memory. And the reason it has to be loaded into a specific area of memory, if you imagine the code inside, in fact, let's go and have a look at passable areas, right? If we look at the code inside here, right, we've got a jump here. This is going to have an address attached to it. We've got probably got a JSR somewhere in here as well. We might have some got self-mod code in here. So these self-mods are going to be pointing to a specific memory address. So they always need to be loaded into the same place. If they're not loaded into the same place, then the code is going to break, because all these labels are going to be in the wrong place, and it's going to be writing code where it shouldn't be writing it. So what I've done is I've made a list of all the dynamic code and where it lives in memory, and that allows us to make sure if there's a screen like this one here, screen 12, which uses more than one of the things. So screen 12 uses force fields and it uses swarms. So we make sure that those two things are at different locations. Same with screen 23, that uses force field and turret, so we make sure those two are at different locations. So we just need to be aware of those things. So the more we add into this, the more complicated it's going to get. And if you look at the first screen that we're actually on, no, not the first one, sorry, this one here. This screen has aim turrets, force fields, and it also has passable area here. So if we were to add passable area in as well, we'd have another locked area that we need to be careful of. So we just need to be careful that we don't do too many things like that. I was thinking about that today, Nicamo. What I was thinking is, rather than have something that changes the code dynamically during loading, that would be, I mean, it certainly would be possible, but you run into the problem that you run into with a disassembler is, how do you know that what you're changing is code and not just data? Because you could very, very well have a piece of data that reads as jump to subroutine, blah, blah, blah. You'd also need to know the range that of addresses that you need to affect. So if you've got a jump that jumps inside there, then it needs changing. If you've got a jump that jumps somewhere else, then it doesn't. You'd also need to make sure that if you cross-called anything, well, I don't think we do cross-call anything, but what I was thinking is you could quite easily just have 3 banks that stuff load into, and when you create these dynamic files here, you just create 3 of them, 1 for each address. So you create the code in the middle. You create all this code in the middle in a file, and then you import it into this one here. Oh, god damn it! You import it into this here at E800, and this would be called E800, and so on and so on. Because it's dynamic, it doesn't matter. You just load in where you want the one that you want. But yeah, it's not too bad as it stands at the moment. The entity scripts can be everywhere, so you kind of have something similar. Yeah, the entity scripts are they're kind of built to be quite small. The problem with the entity scripts is if we were to do this system, we'd also need to we need like a jump table is what we'd need. We'd need to know what the location of everything is. So it could get kind of messy quite quickly. So I'm kind of happy with the system we've got. It's just about managing the kind of the overlap between them. So far, it seems like it should be okay. The majority of screens are not going to have that many things on them, and if they do, it should be a fairly easy task to sort them out on here. We can have. I mean, there's. I don't think this is using an awful lot, so we can squeeze things around, slide things around a little bit more. So it's not too bad. This is about the only kind of clumsy thing. It's not even clumsy. It's just the thing you've really got to be aware of is that you do have to make sure that these things do have the space to load in. There isn't really an elegant solution to this. You're either going to be adding a lot of complication to the code, a lot of memory to the cartridge. Well, that's it really. A lot of memory to the cartridge or a lot of complication to the code. There's nothing really. There's no like easy way of doing this, unfortunately. But it's fine. I think we'll get by. Okay, right. So the 2 changes I want to do tonight. So the first thing is a suggestion from Nicamo to do with the entity script. So at the moment, the entity script it's working fine, and we're going to keep the kind of system the same, but we're going to switch the nibbles around. So we're going to put the command in the lower byte, and we're going to put the parameter in the higher byte. Let's call it upper and lower. So we're going to put the command in the lower, and the parameter in the top one. So the reason for this is quite simple. If you take a look at how we're actually reading the data in here, the first thing we do when we grab the command is we do all this shifting, and really grabbing the command is going to be the thing that we do the most, right? Grabbing the command is what's going to happen every frame without a doubt. Whether or not we do anything with the parameter comes down to whether or not the command that we're running has a parameter that we need to affect. So, for instance, in the case of pause, yes, it has a parameter, but it's only in the first frame that we need to read that parameter. Otherwise, it's just reading the value from memory here. So the way and in fact with the pause, we shift it the other way anyway to times it by 4. So this does 2 things. Firstly, it means we don't have to do this junk here. We can just do this and get rid of this. And actually what we would do is shift it to the left. Because the reason we need to shift it is because we use that to get the command jump table, and the jump table is 2 characters apart. So by doing this, we actually flip the command around. So now instead of let's have a look at an example. Instead of enable a force field being 1-0, it's now 0-1. So that means in order to get previously we had to turn 1-0 into 0-2 to get the enable force field here, because it's 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, so on. And so we had to end it with F0 and do 3 of these. Now all we need to do is AND it with 0F, which gives us just the command, and shift it to the left once. And that's so if you take 0, 1, shift it to the left, you get 0, 2. Gives us exactly the same result. We still get the data, the right command here, and we can jump into these functions exactly the same way. So that's why we're doing this. In terms of pausing, what that means is when we come into the pause, remember the X register contains the full details again. Now all we need to do is that. Because previously what we were doing, we were taking the lower nibble. So say the lower nibble was 4. We'd use it as quarter of seconds, roughly quarter of a second. So passing a value of 4 in would mean a whole second. So in order to make that work, we were taking that number and we're timesing it by 16, which would give us 64 frames, just over a second, about a second and about 1 1/4 seconds. And so we had to do this in order to do that. We had to take the original value. We had to get rid of the command in the upper nibble, so we just had the lower nibble, and then we had to shift it 4 times to the left to get the value. But now, because the data is in the upper nibble, we only need to do this, which gives us the value. So this time, say if we had 4, we wanted to do a 1 second. A 1 second pause, we pass a value of 4 in, we put that in the upper nibble, so our value is 40, and that's exactly 64, so we don't need any of this at all. So now the pause setup is much simpler. It does mean we will have to do different things in some of these, but at the moment we don't need to do anything because we're not actually using that parameter yet. But that's very small changes, but it should be enough to basically shave a few bytes off, because this is in static area of memory, so it's important to keep this as small as possible. And also, more importantly, it shaves some cycles off, so it's going to be a bit more efficient. So, do you get ANK points off C? Yes, I think you should. I think you should get 10 ANK points for that, because it was a really good suggestion. So I'm going to give you 10 for that. So there you go. Oh, right. Let's get some alcohol in me. So now we've made that change. We'll just go and check that, make sure it's still working. So what we should be seeing is this. The colours go backwards from black, so it goes to like light grey, light blue, light green, light medium grey, and then forwards again. So you see it keep alternating between these colours and just keep doing that. So that's what we want to see. We want to see the same effect when we run it again. So let's give it a run with the new code, and then I've got one more optimization that I want to do in here, which is something I was thinking of, and something we don't use very often, so it's always good to explain how this particular thing works. So there you go. You can see it's working exactly the same as before, but now we've flipped those things around. The code is going to run a little bit quicker. And this is I didn't save it though. Let me just run that again. I'm not sure if that worked or not. Let's try again. This is why it's sometimes important to just go back and look at a piece of code. Going back to what I was saying to steps at the beginning of the stream. If you do worry that you're going to kind of let's say, you'll confuse people, Andy. Oh, no, see, it hasn't worked. I was going to say, yeah, if you were worried that you're going to forget how a piece of code works, just go back and do a refactor like this. Look at it again. You know, we did the exercises where... actually, that means it's running a NOP when it does that. Remember, we put that thing in to say it's doing this. So it's getting the wrong command here. That's fine. Oh, I know why. It's because I didn't change these yet. That's why. I need to change these. I was going to say, just like we did with the optimization challenges, you can write a piece of code and it will do the job. And you can see the difference between, with the spiral, for instance, you can see the difference between the biggest bytes and the smallest byte. They both produce the same thing on the screen, but the difference in size was like 4 times. Same goes for efficiency as well with the megacycle bytes and stuff. So always just kind of feel free to go back to your code have a look at a section and think, can I optimize this any further? If this was a Shallan challenge, how can I make this smaller, or how can I make this faster? Whatever you need to do, maybe you need to do both. Use the tools you've got in Vice, like stopwatch and stuff, to time things. If you're not very good at counting cycles, if you don't understand how to easily count cycles, and it's not an easy thing to learn them all at first. You do have to spend a bit of time kind of doing these things to understand how many cycles you might be saving when you change things. So use tools like stopwatch and stuff to work out if you've made things faster. Again, if you're trying to make things smaller, that's a bit easier to work out. You can generally tell if you're using 1, 2, or 3 bytes with things, or you can just use the output from Kick Assembler to tell you if a piece of code is bigger or smaller. But yeah, just go back, refactor it. You'll understand the code again. You'll refresh your mind on it. But you'll also make improvements on it. Something I definitely intend to do on this as well towards the end is just go back through the code and see if we can make it more optimal. Because we do have the performance kind of setting that we can change. So if we have lowered the performance, the sprite count or the particle count on the screen to increase the performance, then I will look to see if there's anything we can do so we can raise those values up again. So we'll see if there's other stuff we can optimize. Was Spiral a whole year ago? Yeah, it was more than a year ago. It was like a year, 15 months ago now. Spiral challenge, because it was January. It was January's challenge, wasn't it? It was the first one. Okay, so let's change these. So now we've switched things around. So the parameters need to be in the upper byte. So we need to take the value that we... Wait, hang on. So we want to pause in seconds. We pass this in as like 0.25, so that would be 1. So times by 4, yes. But then when we've rounded that value, we need to shift it to the left 4. So this is just going to make sure this gets put in the upper byte. Here it's quite easy. We just need to do this, but we need to shift this value by 4. Same with this one here. I'm putting brackets in here. Actually, I should probably use... No, I'll use round brackets. I mean, I would rather use square brackets sometimes, but because I'm not actually using opcodes here, I think it's fine. If I was using opcodes, I'd use square brackets for this instead. And then same here as well. In this one, we don't need to shift it because the jump is what is the only... Well, currently, it's the only thing that takes 2 bytes. It's the only command in our scripting language that takes 2 bytes. I say scripting language. We've got literally 4 commands. That's it. And I'm hoping we use... I realized as well today, I haven't actually checked the other screens. Do we still need to multiply by 4 at pause? Yes, because the value you pass into pause is in seconds. And we need to change it into, for every 0.25, it needs to be 1. So we still do need to do this check here. And we still do need to times by 4. The CSM language looks like regular JavaScript. In this case, we are using JavaScript, but the actual... So the JavaScript stuff is just like a pre-assembly kind of directive, basically. I guess you call them assembler directives. So it says Kick Assembler has a very, very powerful assembly directive language, and it is heavily based on JavaScript. So you can use almost JavaScript-like statements to basically create... to make it output ASM. So it's kind of nice like that. Okay, let's give that a quick check to make sure that's all working. Should work now. Just note as well how the screen flashing between those colors was an indicator that the command was written incorrectly, and that helped us see what's going on. But yeah, that looks good, and this file was saved, so that's all awesome. All going to plan. That's great. Okay, cool. Yeah, so as I say, what I realized was I haven't actually looked at all the screens in detail thought about all the screens in detail to know if the scripting language is going to be used outside of this screen. But then I thought, even for this screen, even if it was just for this one screen, I think that chunk of code there is going to be way more efficient than trying to manually do all the timings for things. It would still probably look something like this anyway, but now we've written it to now we've written this kind of scripting language. We can quite easily apply this to other screens. So even though this could potentially just be this one screen that requires it, it's written in a way that should we need it elsewhere, we can use it elsewhere. And then it becomes self-aware. Yeah, so at the moment, what we've written, Entity Script, is essentially a virtual machine. So it's a virtual machine running interpreted bytecode in assembly on the CCs as well, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's a very, very, very specific, very, very, very specific bytecode. Literally, its only job at the moment is to pause and to turn stuff on and off. That's it. Yeah, that's why I was thinking the controlling the enemies in later screens. I did think that when I was considering it. I just haven't really thought about it too much because there are no well, I can't think of an easy way we would do conditional stuff. So it would have to be, if it moved in a pattern, we could probably do it. So we could probably do it like Logo, where you say move enemy 1 north, by 24. So it's something like that. I don't know how we do it, but yeah, we could probably. If anybody remembers Logo, which was the, I think they taught it in schools. You had the little turtle on wheels that you put on the floor, and it had pens in it, and you would type things like forward 20, pen down, turn 60 degrees, forward 7, and you would draw these patterns. You would write programs that would basically draw shit on a massive piece of paper on the floor. So yeah, I mean, we could do something like that. Where, but we've also got to be careful that we do have a limited number of operands to mess around with. But I think we should be fine. And in the worst case scenario, we can we can move these into a 2. I think the conditions would also be possible in Entity Script. Yeah, I mean, the thing is I want to try and keep them as 1 byte commands where possible. But if I absolutely have to, there's things can be split into 2 to give us more give us more commands at the cost of script space. Because at the moment the script space is just based on 1 register counting all the way up and looping back round again. So we just use indirect addressing, and we use the Y register as basically our program counter. So when that gets to the end, it just resets back to 0 again. So our program space is 256 bytes long. So if we were to increase the number of bytes required for each command, then we could single on off opcode. Oh, it could be a toggle, couldn't it? I guess it could be like if it's on, turn it off. Yeah. We'll come to that, I think. Yeah, they just toggle the state. Yeah, we'll come back to that. If we need it, we can juggle things around. I think it's going to be pretty simple to mess around with this. It's not a complicated area at all. Okay, so the next piece of optimization that I want to do here is to do with this command here. So at the moment we're using self-modified code to do these, and you can see that this works. Don't get me wrong, this does work, but it has some problems. First of all, there's this to do, be aware of CPU jams. So why have I put this here? Well, the problem is if these values are written incorrectly, then this function here, this method here, is just or subroutine, should I say, is just going to jump to somewhere random in the code. Well, not necessarily random. I mean, it could be, but it's not where it's supposed to go, and it's likely to make the game to make it crash, right? So, for instance, if I don't put that in there, if I didn't store that there, and then I ran this, it's likely that we're going to get a CPU jam because it's going to try and jump to an area of code, but because the thing hasn't been configured properly, it's not going to jump to where we want it to jump. It's going to jump to somewhere completely random. Now, watch me get lucky and it just be the exact value it needs to be for it to work properly. There you go. It's jammed. It's locked up. So I can no longer move. In fact, yeah, it's completely locked up. So that's the danger of using self mod code with jump. That's always going to be a problem. You need to be very aware of that. But one way we can get around that is by not using self mod code and instead having this kind of using self mod code, but in a way that actually, can we do it like that? Hang on, I'm not thinking straight, am I? Oh yeah, using self mod code, but only modifying one of the sections, not two. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to hey, I'm getting confused here now. Oh yeah, this is right. Okay, so at the moment, what we're doing is we're setting this value in here, and we're jumping directly to that location. So basically, we're reading from the command table down here, storing lower byte here, and storing upper byte here, and that's what this is doing. My suggestion is to get rid of this kind of read and store from the table. We already have a list of addresses, and there's a command that will do exactly this, right? So if you did this, for instance, we're using indirect addressing mode here. And what this would do, this would look and it would jump to not this location, but it would read the first word at that location and jump to that. So this would do a pause. This would jump to pause. If we were to align this, where's that? Oh, yeah. If we were to align this like this, well, let's start by aligning it here, right? I'm going to change this, but if we align it here, that means the address here is something 0. So now, if we were to jump to this location, yes, we would be jumping to pause. Let's put this here so I'll explain as we go along. Yes, we'd be jumping to pause, but now if we were to change the first byte, the lower byte of this, it would jump to, we can jump to any of the things in this table. And we know what that value is because it's in the Y register here. In fact, we've transferred it to the Y register and we don't need to transfer it to the Y register. Instead, if we just do like that, I will put +0 because we do want to point out that it is a word that we're changing. But now we don't need any of that and we don't need that. Now we're jumping directly into this table and we've now got rid of a jump command, a load and a store, and replaced it with a store and a jump in direct. And we can also get rid of that as well. So we get rid of an awful lot of code here, and the only self mod we're doing is the mod for this table here. We will need a page alignment, but I would have got points there. Yeah. We already talked about this. So this is one way to do it, but obviously this is going to be really wasteful. And why is it going to be wasteful? Well, the thing is if this code here ends at 0, 1, then it's going to fill. It's going to basically do the equivalent of this. It's going to fill this with 254 zeros before it gets to here. So this is really inefficient. So what we want to do is we want to make this as small as possible. So the smallest value that this could possibly be is 20. And the reason for that is because then that means that this will be either 00. Actually, no, it could be anything, thinking about it. No, it has to be 20. It has to be 20. The reason it has to be 20 is because this table is exactly 20 bytes long, which means if you're on E0, it runs from E0 to FF. If you're at 00, it runs from 00 to 1F, and all the kind of groups in the middle. But what it means is that upper nibble always stays the same. This upper nibble always remains the same. It never changes. So by aligning it to 2, 0, we've now got these values. But now we can't just store that value as it is. We need to change something here. And what do we need to change? Well, it's quite simple. All we need to do is we need to add the lower nibble from this value. So see if this is at 4, 0, because we've aligned it. Let's say this ends at 3, 3 here. It's going to be doing the equivalent of this now instead. So it's going to be doing... it's going to be filling in this with zeros, but it's only doing 12 now instead of 254. This now becomes whatever the address is, 40. And our table runs from 40 to 5F. So then up here, all we need to do is we need to add that value. So we're going to add a clear carry flag in here. We're going to add the lower byte of command table. So I'll put a little note in to say what we're doing here. Add LSB of command table for jump indirect. And that's just going to make sure that whatever value, whatever memory address this is at, like that, sorry. Whatever memory address this is at, and whatever these last 2 bytes are, they get added to our jump value so that they properly propagate into there. So if I do this now, I'm not sure what the gap is going to be here, but it's never going to be more than 31 bytes. So I hope that makes sense. It's a little bit... if you've never seen this before, it can look a little bit weird, and probably a lot of people would ignore the brackets. They think that was just, a set of evaluation brackets, the equivalent of doing like, the equivalent of doing that. Just something to make sure that you evaluate that thing first. This is why whenever I use opcodes, if I'm using evaluations, I'll always do square brackets, because they don't get treated as anything in an opcode, whereas brackets are quite often used as normal brackets, normal parentheses are quite often used in opcode. So I try and keep those separate from evaluation stuff. So you'll always see. Actually, I've not got any in here, but you will quite often see in my code when I do any kind of calculation somewhere. So like if I want to store at a screen address, I might do something like this. I don't know. And that's just, well, for instance, if I did that, that's very different to if I did this. Two very different commands. In fact, in this case, it would probably compile the same. But if I was to reduce this down to something like this, now these are 0 page. These are very different commands. So this is store at 41, y. This is store indirectly at 41, y. So very, very different things. Is the square brackets a kick specific thing? I think it is. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it in other things, but I like it because it takes the ambiguity away from the parentheses. If you need to be consistent with it. Unfortunately, it doesn't enforce it. I think you should have a strict mode in this where you can enforce it. But we don't. So, do we still need the rest Y? Yes, I believe we need it for these things here. This jump here. We still need to know the index. In fact, it's used. No, it's only used on the jump at the moment. But yeah, we do need it. But you can see we've simplified that a lot. All right, we've taken a load and a store away twice and a jump. I think this is one more cycle than this. So we've added a cycle by switching this. But then this is 4 and 5, 4 and 5. So this is 18 cycles, and we've replaced it with this, which is 2, 2, 4. So we've replaced it with 8 cycles and removed this one as well. So we've taken what's 19 cycles here and replaced it with 8 cycles. So we've saved like 11 cycles and quite a few bytes there as well. until you get to Mega 65 code. Then oops. So in Mega 65, the kick. I think the kick assembler way of doing it is like that for indirect indexed. Unfortunately, in TAS, they've decided to go with using square brackets for the 32-bit indexed addressing, and I think that's a mistake. I think they shouldn't do it like that. Because it does kind of it kind of fails then when you start looking at other code. You look at kick, and the kick's use of the square bracket, and it's just completely different. Does it still work? We're about to find out. Let's fingers crossed here. Should do. It's from the original spec though. Yeah, well, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, interesting. Can you not use those labels in here? I don't think you can use those labels when you do indirect addressing. Okay, that's probably a bug in kick assembler then, I think. So we're going to have to do this the old way, unfortunately. So I'm just going to write smod on the end, so it's obvious what we're doing, and I'm going to change that to jump smod +1. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Oh, that's a. Do you know what? That works. That's a 5-pointer at least. That's a good one. Boom, and he gets the points. I know. So the jump up code uses the value as a pointer into the table. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I was pressing on that. I haven't didn't stop the stream. No, I didn't. Okay, good. There we go. It's still running exactly the same, but now we're doing it in less bytes. So this is what I mean about optimization, right? So we did this and it worked fine, and it would have been absolutely fine to use it as it was. There was nothing terribly bad about how we had it before. But in retrospect, looking at it, just moving the data around slightly, and thinking about the code means we can optimize it quite a lot, and we save quite a few bytes in there. Quite often, you'll find with assembly language that the best optimization comes from not kind of juggling your code around, but juggling your data around. A lot of the time, you'll find that even like if you think of like a tile map loader, right? If you store your tiles in a particular in one particular kind of format, it may load, let's give some just arbitrary numbers. It may load in like 100 cycles to load a tile in a single tile. But just by juggling the data around, because of the way you might draw it to the screen. So, for instance, if you were to take your tile data and store it top left, bottom left, top right, bottom right, and then read that back, now you're going to have to draw from top to, you're going to have to draw in a weird pattern. So just storing your data in the right format can really greatly speed things up. It's a lot of the time why you'll see jump tables or kind of address tables with a table of LSBs and a table of MSBs, which is what we have for the screen lookups as well. And the reason we do that is so that we don't have to double the index. Because if you want to get like the 12th row, you just get screen LSB, 12, screen MSB, 12, where 12 is the register, and you know exactly where you are. If we were to put these as words in a table like this, then you would have to double that value and do it like that. So just be aware that if you are having trouble with performance, try juggling your data around first. Have a think about the data that you've got. Is it suitable in the format that it's in? Would reordering it slightly have a significant impact on performance? A lot of the time, you'll find it does. And it's also why I have certain tables in here as well. So I have my bit table. This is useful for a few things, but basically it allows me to do. I can do an AND with any number in this table, but also I can use it for without destroying the accumulator. But I can also use it for doing add as well. So if I want to do if I want to add 5 to the Y register and put it in the accumulator, I can do do that. And what that will do is it will take the value in here. So I'm starting at 5 in the table. Actually, it would be 4 in this table. No, 5. So the value at bit table, comma 5 is 5. And then if the Y register is 10, it will advance 10 along and it will give the accumulator the value of 15. So it's a really sneaky way of doing the equivalent of this, basically. When you know that the values are low enough to not overflow. That essentially is the same as that, but it does it in less bytes. This does it in 3 bytes as opposed to 4 on here, and I think cycle wise it's 1 cycle quicker as well. So if you're looking for some optimization savings, doing things like this is really useful. These are the sort of tricks you'll see. Way more complicated than this, but you'll see these sort of tricks used in demos. Just shaving 1 byte, 1 cycle here and there, they all adds up and you get lots of performance improvements. So yeah, just all about making that data work for you. Rearrange the data and you can do a lot. Okay, cool. Steps gambling. Ooh. Okay, cool. Right. So now that's working, I want to move on to the next step. So the next step is to actually disable the force fields and re-enable them. So if we have a look at our script, our dynamic script that we've got now, this is what it's doing. So all our scripts look like this. This is what I say all of them. This is the only one. In fact, let me go and put that in the example here. No, actually, it doesn't matter if it's after or before the label. So this in the entity script, we have to call this at the beginning of every script because this is what works out where the script is in memory. Without that, we have no way of knowing where it is in memory. So we do have to call that. Kodioko, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Cheers. So yeah, this is the exact script we're using to do the force fields at the moment. I mean, it's likely to change a little bit, but we'll use that as our example, and it's a perfect example to show how these things work. Mostly, let's say mostly here, because jump is not. Okay, so we look at our entity script. Let's get some brightness. There we go. The first thing we're going to do is disable the force field. So the moment all the disable force field is doing is incrementing our program counter, which it has to do, and then decreasing the border. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this slightly, and we're going to make it do some behaviors. So what we need to do is we need to get the parameter. So I'm going to put a tiny little macro in here. I'm going to say get param. That's all it's going to be. It's going to be es underscore get param. It's not going to be used for. It's not going to be used for these. In fact, let me change this ever so. I'm going to do underscore like that, so it's obvious it's not for use. So this is a trick I've learned from various programming languages. If you want something that's kind of private that shouldn't be used outside of a particular class or function, just precede it with underscore so that it becomes. It's a pattern that when I see that, I think this is something I shouldn't be using. The toggle would also reduce the script size since it's basically the same script for enable and disable. Yeah, that's true. I think we probably will do that, but let's get them actually working first, and then we'll deal with changing it to a toggle. So this is what I use when I don't want something to be used in any kind of place other than. It's a kind of internal private function, basically. What this is going to do, I'm going to put a little note here. This is going to convert RAM in upper nibble of X to lower nibble of accumulator. So quite easy. This just needs to do this. That's it. That's all it's going to do. Really, really simple. But I don't want to have to type that every time. So that's why I'm doing it like that. It's something that's going to happen quite a lot. So I'm just going to do it like that. So now we have that value in the accumulator. And now what I need to do is I need to basically call what's it? The force field. For now, I'm going to call disable. And I'll call it disable FF so it matches the thing. I know it's in the force field function, but I just want it to match this here. That's pretty much it. That's all it needs to do. We just need to jump to this, and when we go into this function, the accumulator contains the parameter. So we go into our force field code, which is up here somewhere in the dynamic section. Here we go. And we can have a look what we need to do in here. All right. Okay, it's relatively simple. Let's put it here. Put our disable and enable it in here. Okay. So in order to disable the force field, what do we need to do? Well, we need to draw spaces where the thing is. Let's just put an RTS in here and run it so you can see what I mean. $404. I can't believe I went a whole stream the other night and didn't realize it said 404 at the top. So annoying, but whatever. Okay. So when this force field disables, what I'm suggesting is every force field knows where it begins on the screen and how long it is. So what I'm suggesting is each force field additionally is going to have an animation counter. And the animation counter is just going to be a value from 0 to whatever. When we start doing this, the first thing we're going to do is when we say disable, we're going to go and set that animation counter to 1. It will start on 0, but we're going to set it to 1. So we set it to 1, or we can set it to the length. No, we'll set it to 1 actually. I'll explain why in a minute. So we set it to 1, and then we remove a piece from here. So we just draw 2 spaces where this is. And then what happens then is in the update, whenever the update happens, if that animation counter is non-zero, it goes and does the same thing again, but this time it increases the row by whatever the value is in that counter. If it's 1, it moves down 1 row. If it's 2, it moves down 2 rows, and draws a space in that location. And then increments that value, and if that value is the same as the length, it sets it to 0. So if it basically overruns the end, it sets it to 0. What that will have the effect of is every frame, the thing will just kind of slowly disappear, and it will kind of look like the force field is animating from the top into the base at the bottom. It will look like it's disappearing into the bottom. And the reverse is, instead of when we want to enable it, so we do the same thing again, but instead of drawing spaces, we draw the force field back again, and it will look like the force field is reappearing by sliding in from the top. It should create a nice effect. It's not going to be exactly the same as the main game. To do that, we would have to add more characters to the character set. We'd have to make sure that they were unique for that particular force field. That would be a whole thing, and it would be kind of performance heavy, and not something I would be comfortable doing properly. So we're not going to do it that way. I'm sure I saw a flash here. Yeah, I can see a flash here every now and again. I think the sprite is disabling and appearing here. So we need to be careful of that. I don't know if you can see that. I think at some point it doesn't quite disappear properly. So I need to look at that. You could let it disappear from the middle to the outside. Wouldn't be not much harder. Yes, could do. Let's get it in first, and then once we've done that, we could make it move from the middle outwards. Yeah. Would that make much difference? No, it wouldn't make much difference at all, really. Well, the only difference it would make is we'd have to make sure if it's an even number length that we take 2 away on the first go. If it's an odd number length, we need to take 1 away on the first go. So we need to make sure that it it ends at the right point, because it needs to end at the same time. But yeah, so there would be a little bit extra, but in the Switch version, the force field dissipates, so it just disappears basically. So you'll see that the force field just kind of gets less and less dense until it disappears. It dissipates basically, which we could do, but as I say, in order to do that, we'd have to generate a new set of characters for each one of these, which means we'd have to make sure they turned off one at a time. You couldn't do another one until the last one had gone, or every force field that did that would have to have a new set of characters generated for it. It would be a bit of a performance-heavy thing to do on the fly while other things going on. So I want to kind of avoid that if I can. I'm not saying that I wouldn't do that in the future. It may be that once we've I want to get the game working logically. That's my main concern. I think the method for it turning off is it happens so briefly. It doesn't need to be amazing. It just needs to have a similar feel to it, a similar effect to it, like a similar, it looks like it's turning off, like it's not just like it's disappearing. We could just turn the thing off completely, but it would look shit. It would just disappear and then reappear, and I don't want that. So by doing it this way, we're creating, still creating a kind of animated effect. So it's not an instant dissipation of the field, but something that still feels like there's a bit of flow to it. Because one of the things, if you watch this screen, they kind of disappear one at a time like that, and there is a little bit of an overlap, so you would have to have at least two of them drawing characters at the same time. But the fact that they animate off like that creates a kind of nice flow. It almost feels like a wave passing through the fields. And if they just turned off, you'd lose some of that kind of fluidity. There'd still be that pattern moving through, and you'd still feel like there's a pattern moving through it, but it would lose some of the fluidity. Whereas if you have them kind of disappearing with an animation, it will feel a bit more fluid. It will feel more like there's a wave passing through it than just them they're just being turned off, basically. So we'll start with the basic one, and then once we get that working, we'll consider whether or not we can do it from the middle easily. I don't want to overcomplicate things, but I think we should be able to do it. It shouldn't be too difficult. We'll probably just have to work in two directions. We'll probably do one direction, then come back and do the other direction. But we're only ever removing one at a time. But first, I just want to see if I can fix this this flashing sprite here. So that's in the aim turret. So let me just go and quickly take a look at it. Let me save everything that I've got here. I'm just going to have a look in the aim turret. So I think what's the problem here? Let me just close some of these down that I don't need. Don't need tables, don't need that. Okay. I think what the problem is here is when it removes that bullet, it's probably not setting that MSB. It's probably just setting the X to off screen somewhere, and it thinks that's enough, or something like that. It's just not doing. Take bullet, pause, remove bullets. Okay, where's that here? So what does remove bullet do? It sets the Y position, interestingly. Oh, but it could be doing that while it's still on screen. So yeah, I mean, interesting. This probably comes down to the when this is happening on screen. Like if I do it up here somewhere, we're not going to see it because it's happening off screen. It's happening like all the way up here, but I think because it's so low down on the screen, we're seeing it flash. Inactivate bullet. Okay, so this is going to do it on the next frame. That's the problem here. I don't think there's an easy way around this without directly just removing that sprite from the screen at that point. And the problem is we don't know what sprite number it's on at that point. Or do we? Do we know the sprite number from the multiplexer? If we know the sprite number from the multiplexer, we can immediately remove it. We can just set the X position, and the X position won't make any difference, you see. The problem with setting it in the multiplexer is this only gets, like, if it's already been drawn to the screen, nothing's going to happen. Actually, it wouldn't matter even if it wasn't in the multiplexer. But it also wouldn't get sorted until... So changing the Y position of something doesn't... In the multiplexer, won't change it until the next frame. So if it's still due to be drawn, it's going to do some weird stuff, and I think that's what's happening here. So let's just have a look in the 0 page and have a look at the multiplexer stuff that we've got here. Just sprite sorted indices here. So it's not those. Let's take a look in the multiplexer itself. Oh, we do have sprite indexes. Okay, that's good. In that case, what we should be able to hopefully do... This isn't ideal, and you shouldn't really do this with your multiplexer, but we do have the data, so... Okay, so I'm going to get the sprite index from the multiplexer. So now I know what my sprite index is here. And then what I can do is I can take... now, do I have something called blank sprite? I do. It's called blank sprite here. Is it blank sprite in here? Yes. Can I get the address of that? Empty sprite. There we go. I'm going to transfer that to the X register. Then I'm going to load the accumulator with empty sprite and store that at sprite pointers, comma X. So let me explain what I'm doing here. So I've set the value in the multiplexer, but the sprite's already on the screen, right? This isn't going to get updated until the multiplexer runs again. The sort happens at the bottom of the screen. So the entire screen has to be processed before that sprite can get updated. So that means the raster gets all the way to the bottom of the screen, then the multiplexer kicks in, does its sorting, works out where things should go, sets the Y position for that sprite on the next frame, blah, blah, blah. The problem with that is it means that we sometimes get that weird glitch where things appear in weird places. But one of the things the multiplexer does have in its data is the sprite index. So we know that this sprite that we're about to move has this hardware sprite index. We know it's sprite 3, we know it's sprite 4, whatever. So if we load the pointer for the empty sprite and we store that at the sprite pointer's location using the sprite index. So now what we're doing is we're changing that sprite pointer to an empty sprite. The thing with sprite pointers is you can change them anywhere, and as long as the raster hasn't been past it yet, it will draw a different sprite. So you'll see demos of cubes that are kind of doing this twisty kind of motion. That's quite often done by just taking a cube, a render of a cube spinning, and storing each frame of the spin animation in a different sprite. And then when it renders to the screen, just changing the sprite pointer on each line, and you'll get a slightly different version of the sprite every frame. So you get this kind of nice twisty effect. They use a similar thing for doing the big long twisty things as well, but they're done with characters. But it's a similar kind of effect where you change character pointers to kind of make things look like they're twisting and stuff. But that's how that kind of stuff is done. It's a bit more difficult with character sets, but it can be done. I think you have to force bad lines and something. I don't know. I've not looked at that one properly, but that's how it's done with the sprites anyway. But we're just doing the same thing. We're just saying, okay, whatever you're drawing, if you're currently drawing this sprite or you're about to draw this sprite, don't draw what we're telling you to draw. Draw this sprite pointer instead. And so the other thing we can do here is we can also actually, I'm going to transfer. There's a sprite pointer. Actually, I'm going to do this up here. I might need to do this twice, actually, right? Because I also need to store this at. So just in case it's about to draw it as well, we need to make sure that it draws the. So if it's already started drawing it, this will work. If it's about to draw it, it needs this one, which is it frame pointer? I can never remember what it is. Frame. Okay, so this will store the empty sprite in the multiplexer. So if it hasn't been drawn, it will draw that one. If it's partway through drawing it, it will draw that one as well. Empty sprite data. Yeah, I already had the one called empty sprite. Yeah, loaded in as part of dynamically, so it's not even wasting memory. It's just part of this. So hopefully that should get rid of that little flicker on that side. So let's just make it a bit bigger. I'm going to try and remember to make it go back to Sublime again when I'm done. But let's see if I can remember. It might not work. It might be that was all for nothing. But okay, that did weird stuff, and it hasn't changed it anyway. I still see flash down here. Oh, I know why that is. That's because the pointer. Wait, why is it not showing an empty sprite though? That's the weird thing. Okay, let's just get rid of that a second. And let's make sure that this gets set every time a new bullet gets added. Because at the moment it's not being set every time a bullet is added. So bullet sprite, okay. Listen, what am I listening to? God damn it, I never remember, do I? I never remember that at all. I find it really difficult to remember that. I should have a macro that whenever I click on Sublime, it goes back. I might try and figure that out, actually. It should be easy enough to do, I reckon. Yeah, I don't work it out, no. Okay, so where's the add bullet? Check, remove, update bullet, pause. No. Aim the turret. Oh, it's before aim the turret, isn't it? Shoot the turret. Here we go. Add bullet, blah, blah, blah. Data bullet's active. Yeah, here we go. Right, so just put that in. Oh. Oh, there we go. Wait, those multiplex index. That's the turret one. That's the bullet one. How does it know what's the actual freaking hell? I don't remember how to do this now. Oh, bullet sprite index. Okay. I'll just do it here. I'm not going to spend too long on this. If it is a problem, I will probably leave it and come back to it as a kind of polished thing later. I don't want to waste too much time on this. No full screen of command here. May give Andy a command. God, can you imagine the power trip Andy would go on? He's dangerous enough as it is. So take that sprite index and then load. Yeah. Right, there we go. This should be enough. Yeah, you're bought now. That's it. I think we're probably due. I think we're probably due a performance review soon as well. For Andy, not the game. That is. Oh, okay. just want to see if it's still flashing over that side. Why is it doing that? All right, I'm not going to waste too much time on it. Like I said, I'm just going to. I'll see all this anyway when I come back to these things. So the aim is, as I say, is to get it working 100% as soon as possible, and then work through each screen, polishing it as much as possible. I was kind of hoping this would fix it. I'm going to leave that in because I think that probably is a useful thing to have in there. I'm just going to remove this one down here because maybe that's update bullet, pause, remove. Here we go. Empty space. It could be just this being a bad thing to do at this position. So maybe 10-second delay. I was just thinking of so I want to do some gaming streams again sometime. I want to do so my collection's kind of growing quite quickly. I'll show you it again. I don't know if you can see that. It's I started with about 50 games. I'm up to about 300 and something now. A lot of it is just me cataloging stuff that I've already got. But what I'm thinking of doing is just having a random game day. Like, so, I don't know, like on a Friday night, something, we just have random game Friday night. And all my games are catalogued on collectors.com, which I'll probably share that with you guys at some point once the collection's worth looking at. But each game is assigned a number when it gets put into the catalog. So what I might do is on those Fridays is we pick a random number using some online system or whatever. We look at what that game is in the catalog, and with some minor exceptions, like if it's an NDS game, can't really do it because I've not got TV out for it. But as long as I can play it on the real console, we'll plug the real console in. Everything should be plugged in now, so I should be able to. I just need to get the second machine working to capture it all. We'll just plug that in and just play that game all night. So it could be that we end up playing, and now just to look at one at random, Tunnel B1 on the PS1, or we could end up playing FIFA 13 on the PS3, or even playing Cannon Fodder on the Jaguar. So yeah, what do I use for capturing? I've got a couple of things. So the main capture card going into the computer is an Elgato, but that's going to be used to capture the desktop from this machine once I'm set up. I'm going to be using a second capture card, which is the AVerMedia LGP2 Plus. That's going to have all the consoles linked through it. So it's going to have a single HDMI in, but that HDMI in is going to be routed through several boxes. So there's I've got a HDMI switcher, which has six inputs and two outputs. So that's going to be outputting one to the screen and one to the capture card as well. So I'll be able to take any of 6 HDMI inputs and output it to the capture card of my TV at the same time. So we're able to capture it and play it. Into that, the RetroTink goes. So the RetroTink has all the composite stuff. So I've got a composite switcher as well. So I've got an 8-port composite switcher. It takes 8 composite inputs and outputs a single composite. So that goes from that to the RetroTink, from the RetroTink to the HDMI switcher. Then for RGB and SCART RGB, I've got an OSSC. So the OSSC goes, so any composite, any RGB stuff will go through that. So for instance, what goes through that? The PC Engine goes through that. And I think the Jaguar goes through that as well. So they would go through the OSSC and then again into the HDMI switcher. And then the output from HDMI, so I've got a triple HDMI auto switcher, which allows me to bypass DRM stuff on PS3 and PS5 as well. So I use that for stuff like the more modern consoles. The input lag is pretty decent, and the reason it's pretty decent is because The HDMI switcher I've got is I think it's lag free, or it's only one frame. I can't remember if it's one frame or it's lag free. I'd have to look it up. But it was quite an expensive HDMI switch. It was a couple of £100 just to take 6 in and output 2. The auto HDMI switch is literally just a pass through, so it just passes through. The capture card is a pass through as well, so that's again, it's just monitoring the display. The output I would see on the screen would be lag free, and the OSSC has no frame buffer either, so that's lag free. So it's actually pretty decent. The only lag I would have is through the RetroTink, and I don't think the RetroTink is very much either. So it's pretty decent. Yeah, it took a lot of configuration to get it set up. Like the longest chain is if you've got a composite game. It has to go through composite switcher, RetroTink, HDMI 8 output 6 to 2 output, HDMI auto switcher, and then through a CEC, an anti-CEC dongle on the TV. So that's the longest chain. It goes through five devices. But it's digital from the second one onwards, so you don't lose any quality really. And the RetroTink's pretty decent. So, hey Paul. How's it going? Tink is one frame. So if the Tink is one frame, I'm pretty sure my 6 to 2 is one frame as well. So it'd be 2 frames. I mean, that's nothing really. If you've got the TV and game mode as well, you're not going to notice that. But yeah, the OSSC is no frame lag at all. So. Okay, right, let's have a look. So, you had an earthquake this morning. Wow, okay. And hey, Paul. I'm pretty sure I just said hey, Paul, but hey, Paul again anyway, if not. Okay, where were we at? I got sidetracked talking about games. Oh, yeah, I was going to reverse this this bit here. Okay, so let's just undo all the code I did in there. I'll come back to that. I think it's just a minor thing, not a huge issue. I'm more concerned with getting the rest of the game fixed before I start worrying about those things. If it starts being a problem on other screens, then we can look at it. There might be a way to kill. I might have to add like a kill sprite in the multiplexer. Aim turret, shoot the turret. Here we go. Let's get rid of this as well. But I don't think we'll need it. Oh, actually, that should do that. Yeah. Oh, and actually, I'm a dumbass. Try again one more time before we can. So I have been playing. I got the new Gran Turismo yesterday. I don't know if anybody else plays driving games, but I got the GT7 yesterday. Holy shit, that's a very, very good driving game. I'm not really one for sim games, but my god, that's a good game. Just it looks gorgeous and it plays like a dream. It's really, really good. As I say, I'm not. Oh, no, it's still doing the flash, but that's fine. We'll come back to that. But at least I fixed the other thing. Have it not installed it though. I'm really impressed with it. I haven't been that impressed by a Gran Turismo game since 3, I think. I never played. Yeah, I know it still glitches. I never played number 4, and I only briefly played number 5. But number 6 and Sport didn't feel that great to me, and what little I played of 5 didn't feel this good. But this feels really. It's the first driving game actually where the in-cockpit view feels right. All the other time I put the in-cockpit view on a car and it feels claustrophobic. It doesn't feel right. Everything just feels off. It's not quite right. But they've got it. They've nailed it this time. It glitches when the bullet is put into the start position. Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah, you're right. Well spotted. Well spotted. Yeah, you're right. It does as well. Really well spotted. I'm going to give you 5 points for spotting that, because that means I'm going to carry on looking at this for a minute. Well done. No, you're right. It does. Paying attention, man. I like it. I feel like that should have. I feel like that's got something and I've deleted it or something. No. No, I just type in the number 8 in a few places. No, it's on the iPad. Well, yeah, you're watching on the iPad as well. Yeah, crazy. I'm in a project in Barangaroo. Is that seriously? Only in Australia would they call it Barangaroo. I like that name. It kind of says we're a place that wasn't happy that kangaroo was such a cool sounding name. So now we're going to call our place Barangaroo. It's like Barangaroo, kangaroos, but with barans, whatever a baran is. Instead of a kanga, we've got a baran. A baranga and kangas. I guess it's kind of Aborigine words, aren't they? I guess that's where a lot of them come from. I don't know. I don't know enough about the Aboriginal language to know if that's kind of where those sort of words come from. But it sounds so Australian. It's crazy. Anyway, place where the wallabies urinate. Or the person that named it was into their 20th Castlemaine 4X. Castlemaine 4X. God, I haven't heard that for a while. Do you remember those adverts? I seem to remember adverts about drunk people fighting alligators or crocodiles. Or I Can See the Pub From Here was one of them, I think. Yeah. Funny. I Can See the Pub From Here. Yeah, I remember that. Oh my god, I haven't heard of that beer for a long time. Obviously, didn't do very well here because it hasn't lasted. So, okay, it starts. So right. So Nicomo correctly pointed out that it's not the destruction of the bullet that's the problem. It's on the beginning that it seems to be the problem. So let's have a look. Let's just remove the code we've added in because we don't need unnecessary code. So let's just take it out for now. And we'll just put it back in if we need it. I don't think we'll need it, though. I think it's going to be something more obvious. We'll just leave it commented out for now. Farmers who live in croc country always have a dog with them. The dog will try to defend the farmer, and crocs prefer to eat dog-sized objects to farmers. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I never really thought about it like that. That's fucking crazy. But yeah, that makes total sense. Don't want to get eaten by crocs. Take a dog with you. Just don't get too attached to the dog. Yeah, it is. It's extremely pragmatic, but it's slightly harrowing, isn't it? To think that it's a sacrificial dog. Don't get too attached because it may be croc fodder tomorrow. Australians wouldn't give a Castlemaine 4X for anything else. That's the tagline. Excellent. Willow says no. You don't have to be faster than the shark, just faster than at least one of the shark. Yeah, you just have to be faster than. Yeah, you just have to be faster than the other people. Okay. Children are also smaller than Jesus Christ. Yeah, I wonder what the limit is. I wonder if a croc saw a farmer, his small child, and a slightly smaller dog, which one the croc would go for. Which one would the croc go? Well, dog looks good, but it's not really going to fill me up. Whereas young Timmy there looks like he might kind of keep me going for a week. Is there like a limit? What's a croc's limit? How old does your kid have to be safe? That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, dog will fucking run at the croc. You mean, not the dog? Yeah. Holy shit! Well, I've learned something kind of obvious if you think about it, but it's just something I'd never thought about before. Dog is a demented wallaby. All right, so it's when the bullet is added. So it's on this shoot turret thing. And how is that being added? Okay, so we're adding the MSB in, and we're adding the X position in. So why, at this point, is it flashing over that side? Is it that this is happening before the sprite is being... yeah, it's because the sprite's not being displayed yet, isn't it? So I think what we need to do is kind of what we were doing, but we're going to start by setting the bullet frame to be off. So we're going to set this to be empty sprite. So now the bullet absolutely is not being displayed at this point. We're not showing the sprite here. Those are data bullet sprite index. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So we're clearing the multiplexer sprite frame. Will this work? It might not work actually, because this might already be in a situation where it's drawing it, and that's the problem. Is that this value? Wait. What about if we? Just trying to think what's happening. Right, it's getting to this sprite. So it's getting to this sprite, and then it's setting and it's drawing it over that side. Why is it drawing it over that side? The reason it's drawing it over that side is because the X position is being... oh, wait, is it being made active? No, okay, it's not. I need to look at it again. It's about here, isn't it? Yeah, and it's at that height. And it is at the right position as well. So it's just like the MSB has not been applied at this point. Oh, I know why. Right. One of the very specific things my multiplexer does, and this is going to fix it, what we're going to do here. One of the things my multiplexer does is it tries to calculate the MSBs all at sort time. So what it does is it sorts all the sprites, works out where they're going to be displayed on the screen, and then it divides them into rasters. So it says, okay, draw these 4 sprites at this raster, draw these 4 sprites at this raster, and so on and so on. It works out where the raster splits are and what it needs to draw at those points. It also works out which sprite indexes they are. So it works out that the first 4 are going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. The next ones are going to be 4, 5, 6, 7. The next ones are going to be, and so on and so on. And they're like looping round again. So what it does is it works out, okay, if I need to draw these 4 sprites here, and they're all in the far right hand side of the screen, then I need to set D010, so the MSB value for those 4 sprites, to this value. At this point, if I set it to this value, all of these sprites MSBs will be set at the same time, which means the MSB is calculated at the sort time, not in the display time. So you didn't know I had tattoos? What, me? I got quite a few. I got flags on this arm. I've got kind of stuff here. I got quite a few. I like tattoos. I need to get new ones, actually. I need to go to more places. I need more flags on my arm. I get flags of the places I visit. So if I've not been there before, I put a new tattoo on there. And then I've got Invader Zim on here, and I've got a Protoss tattoo for those who know StarCraft. They said 85. No, because I don't. I know tattoos. I know Z18 flags. I wouldn't know. If they are, I don't know because I haven't set properly. Okay, so yeah, so what's happening is even though you can set the MSB, it won't actually be set till the next frame. So even if the multiplexer says, okay, I need to draw this sprite now, and its MSB is over here, it's not going to be, if it's changed, flickered between 0 and 1, it's not going to be set till the next frame because it needs the sort routine to actually set the value. So the very first frame that it gets set needs to be blank. Ideally, what we should be doing is we should have a shadow multiplexer data object. So you put all the stuff into the shadow area, and then as soon as the sort is just before the sort runs, it copies all the shadow data into the new data. Then that way the sprites will only update at the end of the frame, and you would avoid these problems. But for now, I'm going to work around it by making sure that the sprite is empty when we start it, and then when so it's empty when we start it, and then we draw it as soon as it's updated. So we in the remove we were actually we can do it with that. That should be enough. Yeah, it should be enough. We can do it with frames. So in the update bullets, we can draw them. So update bullet pause. This is the bullets here, so we'll do it just before it. So we're going to take the we already have the sprite index because we've grabbed it up here somewhere. Yeah, here. So we don't need that there. So we just need this, and this just needs to be bullet sprite, and that should fix it. It means we'll have one frame where the bullet is not showing, but that should be fine. We don't need to back it up. It's exactly the same as before. Don't need to do anything. We're using the same X value. Oh shit! If I can not die. Oh no, it's still flashing. Damn it! Why is it still flashing? It should not be. Did I save that file? Why is it flashing? So hang on, is it still? Let me slow it right down. I need to get my head around this. So yeah, it's as soon as it appears. So it appears, but it's still drawing. I think I'm not emptying it. I think I need to empty it earlier, or empty the sprite rather than the frame there. Hang on. This is the right direction though. So this is making sure we draw the right sprite at the right time. But when we shoot, we need to make sure that it's when we shoot the turret, we need to make sure it starts off clear. Which is what this does. So clear. Initially clear the bullet's frame. That's what this should be doing here, but I don't think it's doing the full job, because what it should also be doing so let's just see. I don't know if this is going to work now. I'm kind of doubting myself. I know why it's failing now. I just can't figure out the bloody solution to fixing it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. So we just have to kind of do that twice, basically. Once for the multiplexer value, and once for the actual value that's already been set in the multiplexer, which is just kind of make sure that if the data can't be set just yet, oh, that one, sorry. Or is it that one? Hang on. Oh, no, it's that one here. Just make sure that bullet starts off clear, regardless of if it's in the multiplexer itself or if it's already in the hardware sprites. Two hours in, I need to get this going. I need to get onto those force fields. No, it's still flashing. Right, I think this is one for the debugger, isn't it? We can put this in the debugger and we can take a look at the values around those locations. This is where rewind is going to be really useful. Okay, so let's get into the game. Let's get that thing running, and then we'll pause it and we'll do some rewinding and some searching around for stuff, figure out what's going on. I'm not going to spend more than about another 15 minutes on this. I really want to kind of get on with the force fields. It is a relatively minor thing, but I would like to get it resolved because potentially it could actually kill you while you're over here as well, depending on how things are timed. Okay, so I think let me see if we see it flash. Right, I saw one flash there, so let's rewind a little bit. Let's put this here so we can actually see it. Oh, why is it not pausing? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button, that's why. God damn it. Okay. There we go. So it's appeared over here. So let's have a look. Have I got... Right, let's just leave that there as it is. Let's go and find out where these addresses are. Right, so we're going to look at the multiplexer data first. No, sorry, the bullet data first. Let's check where the bullets are. And do I have a marker in here for any of these? I do have bullet turret index. Okay, let's look where that is. F299. Okay. Okay, so here's our turret indexes. They're both on 1 at the moment for some reason. It looks like a third bullet. Yeah, but it's not though. It's just this bullet that's being rendered. If you look at its position, if I was to set that D010 to be over here, it'd be exactly the right position. It's literally just when it spawns, its MSB's in the wrong place for some reason. And I think that's because of the D010 value that it's trying to read. But it would be fine if it's literally 1 frame. So if I could get it to turn off for this 1 frame, so you didn't see it immediately, you only saw it on the 2nd frame onwards, we'd be fine. But for some reason, it's not displaying. 3 bullets. No, these aren't bullets. These are the aim. These are the aim barrels, if you like. The pointers, the aim pointer things. Oh, actually, I've just thought of what might fix it. If instead of yeah, it's really easy to forget these things, isn't it? Really easy, I've got to say. Instead of emptying the sprite here, what about if we empty it where we were emptying it before, when it's finished? So it's only when the sprite begins to update, which is always going to be after an ad, because we've got the aim and shoot. Oh, actually, it's not. It's going to be here, isn't it? Update, bullet. Yeah. Oh, I can see the problem. All right. So the problem is, if we add a bullet here, the next thing we do is we update the bullets. So maybe what we should do is update the bullets first, and then do the aim and shoot last. So we do it here. So if we do like processed bullet, and then if I put this here, like process bullet. So now this is only processing this 1 bullet at a time, but it does it after all the other updates. It does need to do this as well. I'm just going to make that drop through. Because even if we kill the player... Oh, actually, we don't need to update the bullets, because if we've killed the player, we've killed the player, so we don't need to process. All right, so let's not complicate things. Let's keep that clean. So the problem was even though we were setting all the values to do whatever we wanted to do, the very next thing we did was an update bullet routine. So any changes we'd made first got immediately overridden. So we were seeing that flash. Pretty sure that's what's going on. If not, then we'll have a look more in the debugger. And as I say, I'm not going to spend... I've got another 7 minutes and then I'm going to stop messing with it. But I think this might be it. No, it's still fucking there, isn't it? Still see it. God damn it. So the other check to do, I was going to do was to move... God damn it, getting lost. This is quite a long file, this now, actually. What was it saying? Oh, yeah, I was going to move the empty of the frame from... Shoot the turret. From here to the remove. So the very first thing the very last thing it does is it removes the sprite pointer. So it can only do it on an update, and then this will work because the update happens last. So it would be update bullet pause, remove. So it'd be instead of this crap here. So X is already set up. So actually I can do... do that. I don't need that because I already have it. So it's just that. Transfer sprint. Right, yeah, all right. Right, last chance. If this doesn't work this time, then yeah. Great tune. Oh, fuck. All right. No, it's still fucking flashing. All right, I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to do any more messing with it. Oh, I've still got 5. I said I'd spend 15 minutes. I've got 5 minutes, so I'll do it in the debugger. But then that's it. There we go. So we can get the right buttons this time. There we go. All right, and rewind it slightly. There we go. That one. Wait, why is that not... Wait. I definitely saw it flash down there. Why is it not appearing there? I definitely saw a flash in this position. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be there now. No, fine. Yeah, let's try that. I want to see it flash here before I stop and rewind. Freaking happening now. Okay, I'm not going to mess with it. I don't want to spend all night doing this. So I'm gonna leave it. I think it is to do with timing as well. I think it's to do with timing, but also to do with the behavior of the multiplex, the fact that the MSBs are not they're not dynamically updated. So you can't change the MSB of a sprite halfway down the screen. because it won't work like that. In fact, what will happen is whatever the MSB was decided on the sort function is what it will be until the next sort function happens. So it's fine. I will take a look at it when we come to it. It could be that it's not a problem as well. It could be that the behavior of me coming in from that side of the scrimmage is never going to happen, that you come in from that side and those two are still alive. It's almost certain that they're going to be destroyed. It could just be that during normal play, it just doesn't happen. We are doing weird things. So I'm going to wait till we've got the entire game sorted. I think you'll still be able to replicate it in places, but I'm going to wait till I've got the rest of it done. I want to make some progress, so it's fine. Everything. All these things are going to get noted and kind of redone at some point. It's just a matter of kind of playing through, and we are going to play through this game several times before it goes. So, okay. So what I'm interested then in this from now is this disable force field. So disable force field is basically going to do what I say. It's going to create that that index in the force field data, right? So we've got these force field datas here. Have a few kind of things in here. But what we need is like an animation timer. So I'm going to call it anim timer, or anim counter, I'll call it. Oh, anim count's enough, right? And it's going to basically be set to 0. So whenever you add a force field in, it's going to be set to 0. We don't actually need to set it, because if you add a force field, that value will already be 0, unless you're adding them dynamically, which you will never do. They're part of the screen. They don't get added dynamically like that. So they'll always start on 0. So that's good. We don't need to reset it, explicitly. What we do need to do, though, is we need to make sure that in update, if we go to update the animation, which we'll do in here, I think, because I can't remember, do these update one at a time, or I think they... Wait, this is... how many force fields update? Update... Where is update called from? Update part. We do that. Does that do every single force field, or just the next one? I think it does them all, doesn't it? I can't remember. Let's have a look at the force field update in here. So it calls just force field update. So it is just calling this method, which calls this 3 times, and this because this isn't updating all the force fields. This is just updating the characters for the force field. So so that's fine. But what it means we need to do is we need to do update animations. So we'll jump to update animations. So we'll stick this down at the bottom, because that's where we're doing the disable and stuff. So we'll do this kind of here, I guess. And this is just going to go through the list of force fields and do that. Thank you very much for the gift sub, anonymous gifter, to Supremacy. Which is... Have we heard that tune tonight? I'm sure I've heard the Supremacy tune tonight. But thank you very much for the gift sub. Appreciate it as ever. And cheers. Okay. So we need to cycle through the force fields, reading this value. So I'm just going to steal this one of the loops somewhere. There's going to be a loop I can use here. I'll just... What have we got? Okay, so next is the upper limit. All right. So we'll do it here. So this is our loop. Actually, we'll go backwards, I guess. No need for us to go forwards or backwards. We can use the most efficient, and backwards will be the most efficient. So data next. Although this value... Oh, actually, we can do it here. Okay. Yeah, we can do it here. We'll decrease first, so this becomes data next -1, which is important. And then we can load the accumulator with data.anim and im count, x. then blah blah blah, do something, and then actually we need to compare it to 0 here. Ooh. Actually, if we do a dex here and then do a dex here, there we go. So we need to skip here because we don't need to do any animation if this value is 0. So if this value is 0, we don't do anything. So range equals skip. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to do an animation. So we'll put an RTS here, and we'll do this internal to this. No, actually, we won't. Use a -1, not a dex. I can't use a -1 because this is a dynamic value, so I can't use a -1. Oh, you mean here? No, that would be. Is that right? Am I using my head right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's 5-point render. It's a good one. I like it. Well done. Well done. Good one. And just to make sure that's right. So yes, if this gets down to 1, that's the last one. So if we decrease and it becomes 0, then we're finished. All right, cool. Thanks, Andy. See, I immediately thought you meant there. I wasn't even thinking about that. But yeah, good point. Actually, I need to go to the toilet quickly. So I'm just going to quickly nip to the loo. I'm going to leave you with the break and quiz and stuff. I'll be back really quickly. So it's going to be like 1 quiz, 1 race. That's it. So bear it back. Okay. So that means disable force field needs to trigger this. And the way that's going to do that, so disable force field is going to receive the index in the accumulator. So we need to transfer that to the X register, and then we need to store that at. We need to store 1 in this location. And that's basically going to take a look at this, and it's going to decide, okay, I need to clear. So when it comes into this function here, it now knows that this force field is animating. It's doing something because this is on 1 and not 0. So then this is going to trigger the disable. Likewise, the enable is going to do the same. Actually, in fact, yeah, for the most part, actually, enable and disable are going to do the same thing. So for now, I'm just going to put them like this, and they probably are going to be just toggles. Because the only difference is going to be in what this value does here. Oh, actually, is it just active? Active could be. No, active would stop it animating. So let's do anim state. Oh, God damn it. So this is just going to tell the animation which way it's going, basically, and we just need to toggle these values. So I am going to reset these values to thingies. Quiz on. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hey, old school coder. How's it going? So I am going to reset those values, actually. So whenever we add a force field in at the very bottom down here somewhere, yeah, we'll do it here. Wait, why is that set to 0? Oh, there's a length. Okay. So I'm going to store that as data. I'm going to reset these just because I want it to be really explicit what we're doing with these. So I'm going to reset that to 0 and reset the state to 1. A state of 1 means that the force field is on. State of 0 means it's off. So we're going to use this as the base state for the animation, and then we're going to use this to decide which way we're going to do. So that means enable and disable can do this very same thing. All they need to really do is they need to set the animation count, and then they need to grab the animation state, exclusive or it with 0, 1, and then put it back again. That's just going to toggle that between 0 and 1. So now both of those do the same thing. So this is toggle. 249 as a hash, but it's dynamic. Oh, well spotted. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. That's another 5. Well done, Andy. You're on a roll tonight. Oh, you should use my. I found Infiltrator was a bit kind of shitty at grabbing certain things out of the code. That's why I ended up writing my own. It's way more. It's way better for Kick Assembler anyway. And I put quite a few things through it, and it manages to run most things. So, but yeah, if that's what I think that's what he's saying, right? But yeah, the disassembler I wrote is pretty good at turning most stuff into runnable code. Like it will create like a 2-file Kick project that will just run. So John needs it all in. I mean, you can change the script to all in decimal. Now, play nice. Nicey. Okay, so now this is toggling it. This is updating the animations. So the only other thing I want to do here is before this happens, I'm going to do this one first. But before this one happens, we're going to we're going to call this function. Now, why am I doing this? Oops. Actually, no, I won't do this here. I will just let it run because it might confuse things. I will do it in here. So update FF piece is going to be this bit here. And all this is going to do is it's going to work out whether it needs to draw or remove and basically update the thing. So in order to do this, what do we need? We need to know the screen address for the turret. So we're going to first of all grab that. So we're going to grab data. I cannot remember what the screen address stuff is in here. Screen pos LSB, screen pos MSB. All right, cool. That's nice and simple. Screen pos LSB, and we know that we're using X here because these are all so in here. So X, we need to leave X alone. So we load the screen pos and we're going to store that at. We need a 0-page location to mess around with this. Let's use the same one we use for updating here. Oh no, it's char address, not that one. There's going to be a screen address one, isn't there? It's probably one for writing it. Force field screen pos. There we go. Let's just check what that is in 0-page. I think it's safe to use, but let's just check what's using that. Force field screen address is. Oh, it's in font fetch, and yeah, that's absolutely fine. So it's screen, but yeah, I think it's fine. We'll use it if it fails. We know to move it. It's a good screen to test because it's using this aim to us, but I think it should be fine. Okay, so that gets our screen position. So now we know where it starts. So the next job is to advance rows by the number of. Now, at the moment, all this is working just for vertical force fields, which is the majority of them. But as we go on, we'll have to make some updates for these for horizontal ones. So there'll be some switches at the beginning, which say if it's horizontal one, do a slightly different piece of code. But for now, we can work on the basis that this is all the force fields are vertical. So taking a look at this, we'll just advance by one row based on the number in anim count for every row in anim count. So what we'll do is we will load y with that value, which unfortunately we're going to have to do like this. Okay. And then we're going to loop here. So advance to, let's call it active row. Active row on force field. Okay. And glad your dad's okay, Oscar. I didn't know he was having trouble, but glad he's okay. Triple bypass surgery. Wow, that's hardcore stuff, man. Hardcore. Well, best of luck anyway. Glad he's out. Yeah. I need brightness on my TV again. Oh, thank you. And then select your own force field. Okay, so we've got a value in Y. So now what we need to do is for every one of these, we need to add 40 to our screen position. So we'll do. Oh no, we need to do it. We need to do it anyway. So call that loop as well because I'm going to use a skip here for efficiency's sake. Is that quicker? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Just about. All right, so it uses less bytes. I think it is slightly quicker as well. Okay, and then we decrease Y until it's 0. So if it's not equal to 0, we jump back to loop. So what that's going to do is just going to advance down the screen until it finds a screen position that matches where this force field is. Now, we start on 1, right? We don't start on 0, but that's fine because what the force field does is it tells us where the actual the dome is for the force field. So we do need to move, even though it's the first position, we do need to move down one row. So it's perfect that we do that. So sensitive diabetes. Yeah, I did. I think I mentioned it on last time. I did do a diabetes test because I was a little bit worried that I was having kind of diabetic like symptoms, like numbness in my heels, kind of going to the toilet a lot in the middle of the night and then during the day as well, but particularly at night, which I realize is a male thing. It's just a becoming an old man thing, isn't it? Just kind of going to the toilet all the time. But there were just a few things. I was feeling tired at weird times in the day as well, so I just thought I'd better do one. But I did one, and it's fine. So thankfully, okay. So now we're on the correct row. So now we just need to update the piece. So the very basic pieces, if we need to clear the piece, that should be the most simple. We can get that by grabbing the anim state. And if that's not equal to 0, then we jump to add force field, add FF piece, I'll say. And this can be remove FF piece. Now, for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the remove in. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to increment the counter here. So we're going to grab this value again. And can we do int, X? I think we can. But what I'm going to do is this instead. I'm going to load Y. Oh no, actually, no. I'll do it like this. Right. So 5, then restore 4. So I'm just trying to work out what would be quicker here. And actually, that's going to be slower. So I'm going to do this. Oh no, it's not, is it? Because there's a store on the end as well. So this would be to store 7. No, it would be quicker to do this. Okay. Oops. But really, I think what we should be doing is we should be doing this first, and we should be comparing that to. So we compare it to the length. If we're at the right length, so if it's only one long, then we immediately exit. So if it's equal, we jump to exit. Sorry. Let's write complete, I guess. Otherwise, we increment and we can return straight away. Now, is that right? We update one piece. Just for this one, we haven't changed X. So we can return, and that should be fine. Otherwise, we're completing. And if we complete, what do we need to do? Well, we need to put 0 back into that position. And that will stop the animation from running. Right, that's quite a lot of code, but let's see what happens. Well, it's built, so that's a good start. Okay, so it's trying to do something. I think it's definitely a performance thing. You can see it on here, actually. I don't know why the performance is so bad on this screen, but you can see it with the particles. The particles are jittering like crazy. It's probably some check somewhere. Like I say, we'll work through the optimization of these at a later date anyway. So, okay, so why is that not working then? What's going on incorrectly here? Update animations. Are we calling update animations? I think we were, weren't we? Okay, let's get rid of the color toggling because we know that's working. So from this, let's get rid of that. And instead, we'll put a color switch in here to say that this is running. So as long as this is running, we should be okay. Let me, yeah, we'll do that for now, and then we'll move it along if it's. Okay, so the update turret thing is working. Yeah, definitely performance issues on this screen. And look at where the thing is happening all over the place. So I wonder what it is that's slowing this screen down. If it's the turrets or if it's the force fields. It's interesting anyway. It shouldn't be the force field. It looks like the force fields would cause a problem, but they're only updating the characters, nothing else. That's interesting though. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Let's just get it working, and then we'll have a look at optimizing it slightly, I think. Okay. Okay, so disable force field. Let's see what happens in that. Is that actually being... This should be getting called. And it should be flicking this state. Oh. There you go. That should toggle the state, and then that should... Okay. Is that right? Add FF piece. Oh, because it's not going to do anything yet, because we're not actually doing anything. All we're doing is counting things. So what I'm going to put the increment in here. So this will tell us that the counter has worked. And then I can start removing things. Yeah, what is this tune? It's a very bizarre tune, whatever it is. I can't see I can't actually see any of the text on that screen anymore. Oh, this is COVID-19 the tune. It's fun that somebody's decided to do that. Oh, so this is triggering all the time, actually. This is implying that it's constantly doing stuff. That's not good. The only thing I can think of is I've not removed the increment somewhere else, because that should not be running all the time like that. We should be... If it's equal to 0, we should be jumping to here. That should decrease X to here. Yeah, this should not be being called every frame, but for some reason it is being so. The animations. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to put these things in. So let's just make the piece remove for now. And we'll see if that works. Okay, so what does remove need to do? Okay, so we do need to... Do we need to restore the Y here? Update animations, update... No, we don't actually, because this is... Yeah, well, Y is fine. We can mess around with the Y in here. Okay, so we load Y with 0, load accumulator with 0, and then store accumulator at force field screen pos, comma Y, and increase Y, and do that. Whoops. So actually, this could just be pick the right value for accumulator, although this might need some additional crap on this side. So let's have a look. The cannon fodder tune again. Just cashing in. Yeah, it was cashing in. Oh, okay. So it's definitely working, but you see it it didn't stop. Okay, so that's good. It did something, but it didn't stop. I need to get this. I haven't got a Tomb Raider actually for PS1 yet. No, I don't. I need to get the Tomb Raider collection. I bet Tomb Raider is quite expensive, actually. I bet it's one of the more expensive games. How many are there on the PS1? It's 5, isn't there? It went all the way up to Chronicles on the PS1. No, it's cheap. Oh, there's 6. Is there 6? Because the next one was Angel of Darkness. That was PS2, right? I know there was 1, 2, 3, Revelations, and Chronicles, right? Unless there's some other... Yeah, that is probably the worst one, actually. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can find it. I haven't got those ones yet. To be honest, the PlayStation games I've got there were just a random bundle I managed to get for pretty cheap. I got like 100 PS1 games for like £90, which sounds like a lot of money, but £99, sorry. It sounds like a lot of money, but that's like 99p a PS1 game. And some of these are worth 10-15 quid each, so it would have saved me some. It would have saved me some digging around, and it gave me a nice start on my PS1 collection, because I want to get I mean, I'm not going to get a complete collection, obviously, because it's going to be super hard, but I'd like to get a very full PlayStation collection from 1 all the way up to 5. But it's already taking shape. It's going quite well. I'm on about 50 PS3 games, about 100 and something. No, I had some duplicates, so I think it's about 75 or something PS1 games, but eBay gets 40. Yeah, eBay does get quite a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think I've done all right with it so far. I've not spent too much, and I've got some pretty decent games in there. I'm up to five Jaguar games now. Yeah, five Jaguar games. I've got another 2 coming as well. You bought a phone on eBay for 99p. How do you manage that? Okay, not the bullets, this one. All right. So if it's equal to that length, then we come to here and we stop doing the animation by storing 0 in here. So let's have a look at what we actually do. So let's have a look. Update animation. So it comes in here, checks the animation count. If the animation count is 0, it jumps to here and does nothing. If it's not 0, then it needs to start updating that piece. To update that piece, it grabs the screen position, stores that in our screen position thing here. Cisco 7940. Okay. Yeah, Brexit has really screwed things up. It really pisses me off, because it's limited kind of what we can actually do now in terms of kind of cross border trade has really screwed up. It's in fact, a lot of places that I would have done business with before won't even ship to the UK anymore. And the ones that do just charge a fortune. So, okay. So we get the animation counter, we put that in the Y register, then we use the Y register to advance down the screen to the position we need to update. Then we grab the state, which works out which way we need to update the force field, and then we use that to do these. All right, so what I'm going to do, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to slow down the script for this screen. So the script on this screen is doing a pause of this. I'm going to do a full, like 3.5 second pause or something. That's almost like the full pause, so that I can see, is it updating them all at once, or is it just updating one? Because it looked like it was updating them all at once, and that in itself is a problem. So okay, no, it didn't, did it? It seemed to update 3 at once, weirdly. Okay, so if we disable, what do? We come in, we set the animation state for that particular turret, and we set the animation count for that particular turret, and then we return. Let's just have a look at the script itself. She's just grabbing the value. Okay, I don't see any problem. I don't see any problem there. If we don't increment that value, if we don't do that, it should only remove one portion. So let's check that first. Oh, we're not even going to get into Brexit. It pisses me off. Okay, so it's like it's not actually doing anything. So it's only when this value changes that we get anything. Take the value in the anim counter. All right, let's do this forward. I'm worrying that this is breaking it now, so I don't think it is, but let's do it forward anyway. Just in case. Work as a pen tester. Yes, I do. Among other things, pen testing is just one part of what I do. Okay. Okay, good. So now it's mostly pics. Yeah. When I say pen tester, I don't mean penetration tester. I mean literally pen tester. I just take pens and I go. Okay, that was good. Okay, that was good as well. Okay. Now I'm going to draw a circle. Okay, drew a circle. Good, yes. Sniff test. Yep, very good, very good, very good. Yeah. I work on Pen Island as well, which was a genuine website. It might actually still be a genuine website for a company that made or sold pens. Yeah. So their website was www.penisland.com. Yeah. Oh, watch this. You think that's good? Look at this. See, you're only a pen tester when you can do this. Two at once. Or yeah, or Experts Exchange as well was the other one, which is Expert Sex Change. There's some really good ones out there where people have just like bought these websites and don't realize what they're doing until it's too late. Oh yeah, therapist. Yeah. Well, was it Arrested Development? Tobias Funke or Funke, whatever his name was, decided he was an analyst. He was a psychoanalyst, but also a therapist. So he decided that rather than put both names on his business card, he would combine both the professions into one single professional name, which is an analrapist, which is pretty good. He was a great character. So yeah, he was an analrapist, and when he decided to kind of like have a new start in life, so he got a new license plate which said this on it. Which was kind of funny as well. It was really good. Yeah, brilliant program. If you've not seen, I'm sure most of you have seen it already. But yeah, Arrested Development, watch it. And poor Jessica Walters is no longer with us. She died not long ago, actually. Also from she played Mallory Archer in Archer. But brilliant TV show if you've not already seen it. So I could definitely recommend it. Okay, so this seems to be working. If we do it, let's stick with this method and just put this back in, see what happens. Might have just been me counting backwards incorrectly, doing some funky stuff and not realizing I'd made a mistake there. Archery is great, yeah. I binge watched them all again recently because I realized it'd been so long since I'd seen the first season. I thought I'd just watch them all again. Oh, did that work? I think that worked, didn't it? If the next one goes off in a second, no, it isn't, is it? But notice how the first one did work then. Yeah. I do like the season where he was doing both the he was back in Bob's Burgers. So he was doing, but it was Archer instead of Bob. So you could see Archer kind of pretending to have a family. It was brilliant, really nice crossover. It's kind of funny. Yeah, Picard season 2 has started. I'm trying to hold back a little bit. I'm currently finishing off Shameless, the US version of Shameless. So I'm going to wait until that's um, yeah, I'm going to wait till that's kind of got a couple of episodes behind it, and then I'll watch it. So yeah, Picard was all right. I kind of liked it. I think I preferred it to Discovery, at least the more recent kind of Discoveries. Although I've not watched season 4, so I couldn't tell you if it's got any better. But I didn't like the initial one. All right, let's. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in here again. I just want to make sure that the. Oh no, not that actually. Let's. So I've not got anywhere near as much done tonight as I would hope, but this is kind of par for the course, really, uh, for this stream, really, isn't it? Okay, so what I want to do is I want to store that at D020. So I just want to see which turret number is being updated. So I was going to store it there. Um, the first season of Discovery, I wasn't that keen on. I liked the twist at the end, but I thought it didn't feel very. It didn't feel very Star Trek to me. Oh wait, one. Wait, so is this Discovery? Okay, so why isn't the force field changing? That's interesting. Okay, so it's changing the background, but it's not actually updating the force field. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Then the second one, I kind of got into it a bit more. I found it more interesting, but then the third one, it became a bit ridiculous, and I haven't watched it since the third one. So, um, yeah, so I'm thinking maybe it's the same one again. I'm just trying to see if I've missed something here. Update FFP should be the X register. X register here. Okay, so let's do it here instead. So if we're updating something, we're going to store that in this register instead. So we should see again it changed through colors: black, white, red, cyan. Yeah, I'm kind of the same, Cosmin. I think it's because he's in it. I would watch it. But saying that, I'm finding some of the cameos, like 7 or 9 was in it as well. I kind of enjoyed her being in it. Um, right, so hopefully it goes red now or white. Sorry, yeah, white. Okay, so it's triggering this correctly. It's triggering. It's getting to this point fine, and so it's jumping into update this piece here, which is grabbing the screen position using the X register. But then it seems to fail at that point. I'll tell you what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to take. Okay, so now we should see the border kind of go from black to like yellow or something like that quite quickly. Blue. Okay, but we should see the same flash again. We do. So we do see the same flash. So it is counting through the values correctly. So why is it not getting the correct location then? The anim state. Maybe it's the anime state. Maybe that's the problem here. Like if I don't put this in at all, does it clear them all? I find I like the oval. Why come away and remove FF piece? Where? Oh, because we're using indexed lookups to remove two characters. One at the screen position and one at the screen position plus one. Yeah, the oval I like because it's more like traditional Star Trek. It's that kind of it's the same. It feels the same with it feels more like Star Trek than Star Trek currently does, which is why I like it more. I think could do with more Bortus centric. I kind of like the Bortus episode. They're a bit comical though. Hey, there we go. Right. So the problem is to do with the state. The anim state is wrong for some reason. So let's figure out why that might be. So it should be in just that one. Is it to do with the add turret? Is that only putting it in one place? I bet that's what it is actually. I bet when we add the turret, I'm not using the index at all. I'm just doing one. Yeah, that's going to be what it is. So I'm only setting the first one correctly, and everything other than the first one is incorrect, which makes sense. So add force field. Yeah, here we go. Oops. Okay, cool. Problem solved. Right. So that means I can put that back in. And let's put let's just call it done. That's my consistent kind of label there. I'm just going to put jump done in here. Okay, so if we need to add a piece, what do we need to do? Okay, so adding a piece is a little bit different. So for now, I'm just going to put like that in, and it's just I'm going to put this in just so we can see it happening. And then once I know that it's working properly, we can go ahead and actually do that code properly, so it actually displays the right thing there. So. Yeah, they did push for the thing. I think they've taken some really horrible kind of positions with the. Oh, yeah, there we go. Cool. Now, what happens if I sit in the middle of it here? Okay, it's not too bad. I just want to make sure I can't get stuck in it. That's kind of cool. So it's working. We just need the right effect in there now. We just need to make sure that we can't get stuck in there. I don't think we will be able to, because I think the collision will always check either side. So should the ship be destroyed? I don't actually know. That's a good point, that. If it should, then that's going to be a little bit of an additional check in there. I don't think so. It gets pushed back. Yeah, I might have to have a think about that, how that's going to work. Pushback. Just trying to think if it could work easier. I guess when it's being drawn, if it's not too much of a problem. So actually, the performance is pretty decent. I think the performance problem we're having on the screen was just down to this not working properly. Because it seems to be all right now regarding the particles. They're not flickering like they were before, so it's pretty good. We're still getting that issue though over there, but that's fine. Okay, so let's make it draw the right thing now. So in order to draw the right thing, let's have a look how it's actually drawing the force field. So here's where we add a force field, and this is where we actually draw the force field. And what does it do? It grabs a position, checks for blanks, and then to draw, it's just doing these things here. So it's taking force field indexes and comma X. So X must be our position in the list, I guess. Field chart indices. Increase X, vertical force field. Yes, okay, so it's taking the value. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we need to do this to the index. Okay, so this is here. So basically we need to take the index, so how far down the screen we are. We can grab that from, let's do it like this. So we're going to grab this by taking, let's see, can we use this here? Oh yeah, we can use the Y later. All right, let's put the Y in here. Okay. We need to grab our position. Our position is based on the anim count here. So we need to grab that thing here. And we need to double this value because this needs to count up in twos for this to work. So we need to shift this to the left. Then we need to AND it against this value. And then we can transfer it to the Y register. And then we can use that to grab. Actually, let's transfer it to the X and let's store and restore the X here. So store X, rest X. And then we'll grab the X here. Load X, rest X. Okay, then that means we don't have to worry about changing this. So then this becomes, what was it again? Where's the add? Not that one, not that one. It's this tune. Yeah, this one here. So we grab that there, and then this one here we grab. Hook rock. Okay. Then it does work nice. Yeah, it does work pretty nicely. I like it. I feel like it's not half a second though between them. I don't know what that 3, 4. It feels like a whole second rather than half a second. Hey, look at that. That works really nice, actually. I like that. So making this work from the middle would be a little bit more complicated. I'm going to leave that for now because that's going to possibly cause some complications around that, and I don't want to think about that too much right now. What I do want to do right now is try and get the timings right on these things. So let's see, like, how fast can we make this go? Is there going to be a problem if we force it to do too much in one go? Like if I just did, if I just got rid of the pauses completely, what would it do? Also, it seems like it pauses longer at the end for some reason. I don't have that pause in here, so I don't know where it's getting that from. Interesting. Not sure why that is, but okay, let's give it a try. It does look nice, doesn't it? Yeah, it does look nice coming from the top, especially as it comes when it kind of clears. It comes the other way as well. It does make it look like it's being beamed out, if you like. Okay, so you can. Oh, that's kind of cool though. That you can make them all. You can make them all go at the same time if you want to. Okay, that's kind of cool. You can. All right. That's nice then. So that's good for that. Right. Let's take a look at the game and see what that screen is actually like. What the hell is that? Oh, Jace. It's starting to really annoy me, Jay, to be honest. I'm finding him a bit whiny, complains about too much. Two years worth of streams. It's kind of crazy how long we've been doing this. But like I said on the last stream, it's been 2 years of quite small amounts of time. I'm really kind of starting to put lots of time into it now. So hopefully the development should speed up. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, we're on. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, actually, hang on. Let's have a look what you were doing. So before that last one's even off, if I'm seeing that right, my brain's not quite. Yeah, before the last one's off, the next one's coming on. So it needs to be a little bit more than what we've got at the moment. A little bit more complex than what we've got at the moment, but that's fine. Let's write it manually without this for loop for a start, and then we can work out the rest later, right? So it disables these force fields like that, and then there's a pause between each one of about a quarter of a second, which is the smallest pause we can do here. But then before it disables this last one, this one's been enabled again. So this one gets enabled. As this one is being disabled. Right, so then I guess the same pattern happens again, but now disable on that one. Oh, they're getting enabled now, so this would be enable. Let's see what. Okay, so basically this. And then the pause would be bigger at the end. So say put three quarters of a second pause at the end. I think that's probably more like what it's doing. Hey, Monopoly. You can have a longer, when all active. That's what I'm looking at now. So that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Did I not save the file or something? What the hell? I did it. We put the long pause to the start. I can move it around, but for now I'll leave it at the end because then I can see the transition quicker, if you know what I mean. I can see the beginning of it quicker. I don't want to be always waiting for the pause first, but when I'm happy with it, I will juggle it around a bit more. I feel like the script is not built. I feel like it's caching once every time, and then the second time it's fine. I don't know why that might be. Could be something to do with the macros or something. Could be the assembler trying to do clever stuff and cache things. I don't know, but you see, it didn't enable that one. I would have thought it would have enabled that one straight away. Okay, so the timings on those seem about right in terms of how quick it is between them turning on and off. So let me just. Yeah, so the timing that it takes for them to turn on off seems about right. But there should be some dual action. There should be two of them happening at the same time, which is this bit here. doesn't seem to be working right for some reason. Feel like it's not built. I feel like it's not doing what I've told it to do. Like something's not building correctly. Screen 23, yes. Screen 24 is a different screen completely. Okay, don't care about that. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's just do this. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know why. Let's call this toggle force field. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. All right. And then in entity script, let's change this to toggle force field. So let's get rid of that one. Okay, let's call it toggle force field in here. Let's just call it toggle force field here. It becomes byte 0, 1. Toggle field, right? Is it called toggle field? Toggle force field. Toggle force field, yeah, right. And then in the top of here, I need to change the table because it's no longer this, it's toggle. And we need another knob just to fill the gaps. I'll do. Toggle force field, yes. Toggle FF, toggle FF, right, we need that in the force field. That's why it didn't look like it was doing anything, because what it was doing, it was toggling, but the enables were doing nothing. So it was waiting for the second disable for it to enable, if that makes sense. So it's disabling, which was a toggle to turn it off. Then it was enabling, which was doing nothing. Then it was doing another disable, which toggled it back on again. Yeah, that's looking better. All right. Let's check that timing against here to see if it's roughly the same. It doesn't have to be spot on, but as if it's close in feel to this. So if you imagine kind of moving through this, it would feel you'd be moving at a certain kind of speed, and the timing that you pick would be the same. So if we can kind of replicate that feeling, then it's correct. So it's just a bit longer, I think, at the end. I think another like quarter of a second or half a second or something should be enough. And there's a door here as well. Is there a door on the other side? No, there's no door there. Can you go back at this point? No. Okay. So that's interesting. Once you get into this room, you no longer can go back. Also, this room is the first one with the fans in, so it'd be kind of cool. We might get those working tonight, which would be kind of cool. So these are things that I think will probably just be part of the static code. I don't think there's any real need to make this dynamic. But it will work like, it's something you'll tell it where the position is on the screen, and it will do the same thing. Although no, actually, it wouldn't even need to do that. You just need to tell it that there is a fan at this location in. Actually, yeah, you would have to. All right, well, we'll figure that out in a minute. But yeah, we're going to be getting to that in a minute. So also notice on this screen as well, there's sprites bouncing around. So it's going to be the first case of having enemies kind of moving around, which is going to be a lot of fun because they also need to move through these as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Don't tell. It doesn't bother me because I know there's no pattern. I've run these races 1,000,000 times. Literally run those races without the graphics. Just run the logic for the race at a frame rate of like whatever the maximum frame rate is, and then I've left it running to run the race 1,000,000 times. So I know that the odds are correct. But by all means, by all means, you bet based on that. If you think there's a pattern, then go for it. But I guarantee you there is no pattern. Steps has a system. That's what every gambling addict says. That's what every gambling addict says just before he loses millions. Be like the turret code for the fans. Yeah, it will be. It'll be very much like the turret code. So that it will load in. You'll tell it where those are, and then it will just. I guess. Thing is, I'm not sure if I want it to update the fans individually or just update the character set. I think is probably the most efficient way of doing it. Then you're only just copying. You're copying the data for. Actually, no, because you'd still have to copy. Ooh, it's a tricky one. That. Do you copy 32 bytes into memory every frame, or do you copy 4 bytes for every fan on the screen every frame, but not in as easy a loop? I think the 32 bytes is probably the quickest, actually. Fan with entity scripts. Could you do the fan with entity script? Because that would be, I mean, it could call a function every frame for sure. But I think that's probably an unnecessary use of it. However, these definitely could be done with entity scripts. These guys definitely could be. Could they be sprites? They could, but then we run into problems on screens that don't, that have lots of sprite stuff going on that also have these on. There's no need for them to be sprites. So what I'm thinking is I think I might make them dynamic actually. I'm trying to move the map down then. I don't know. I'll have a think about it when I get to it. Let me just sort the timing out on this one screen. I think this just needs to be like 1.25. I think it just needs to be a bit longer. Make them Dyson fancy. I like the logic. I managed to make that side last like 3.5 hours. That's kind of bad. Oh my god, Andy. These are Acmafin level jokes. Acmafin levels. All right, let's get through and come from the other side. I want to see if it feels the same. Oh man, this is kind of. All right. I think if you've got the speed, you can get through that. I think that's kind of. He summoned me. Hey, Acmafin. Andy telling Acmafin level jokes there. Okay, I kind of like that. That's working really well. So that's another screen done then for now. As I say, we'll come back and do the tidying up on some of this, but so far it seems to be working kind of as planned. That screen now. That's kind of nice. So onto this screen now. So when we come into this screen, the door needs to close. So we'll need doors, which is dynamic code. We'll need enemies, which probably needs to be dynamic code. So I think adding fans into there might be a problem. We've got passable areas. Actually, it might be worth moving the passable areas in that case, because passable areas are going to be less common than fans. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe that might be the one to do. Okay, so let's have a think about this. If we well, let's try and move passable areas into it. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's the way to do this. Right. So next job, make passable areas dynamic code. Fine. Okay, so in that case, we need to grab the passable areas bit, wherever it is, this thing here. And we need to make sure that's not called from anywhere, so... Oh yeah, it starts all active. Actually, in the original, it starts with 2 active and 2 inactive. So really, I mean, if we were to be completely accurate about this, it should start... so if you look in here, watch when we come into that screen for the first time. It starts with 2 active, and when it goes back out and back in, it starts again with those 2 active. It resets to the same all the time. So those 2 active, and then these 2 become inactive. So it's actually starting kind of here. So let me try that. So if I move that to there, and the only other thing I need to then do is make sure, let's call this loop here. So the only other thing I need to do is make sure 2 and 3 are inactive so that they become active. So I need to start them off. Oh yeah, I could do a joke. That's a good... Well, I need to make them... I need to turn those 2 off. That's the problem. There need to be a pause. That's why. So that's what I need to do that at the beginning for it to work. So I could put a jump in here, but I mean, don't really need to, do I? When it's just going to add 2 bytes that I don't need necessarily. So, although for the sake of making it neater to look at, let's do it, and let's jump into that location. So it would be here where we jump to. So we wouldn't need that pause. Let's call it start. Yeah, it is. I really like this. It's a nice little system. Nice little system indeed. I think with a bit of kind of bit of thought, this could be used for some crazy stuff. The label must be able to evaluate in the first pass. So what have I done wrong there? Start. Oh, because it hasn't got to that label yet, so it doesn't know. Really? Can I just do that and that because it's within the scope? Or is it going to get confused here? I might have to use local labels. Local labels will probably do it. Nope. Let's try a local label then instead. It's interesting though. It's interesting working out if these can work or not. And we're really kind of pushing the limits of the macro system to do these things as well, which is kind of cool. Really testing out what it's capable of and what it's not capable of. Okay, must be able to evaluate in the first pass. So it's failing to calculate this because it's here, which is the problem. Because yeah, so actually jumping to labels ahead is a problem because it doesn't know when it's building this. It doesn't know how big any of these are. until it's run them, so I can't jump forwards. Oh, that's annoying. That is very annoying, actually. Actually, yeah, I think if this is okay, I've got an idea. Let's add a little bit of. We're going to do some sneaky stuff in here, right? So we know we can jump backwards. So let's add some more slight functionality into the entity script, which is if you jump, and if label. Wait, let's make this a value. Oops. Jump. Oh wait, no. Yeah, we don't need that. All right, we'll do it like this. So if label is more than 255, then we do this. However, if the label is 255 or less, we'll treat it as a direct byte jump instead of using labels. We'll just put the same value in. So in other words, yeah, basically what Nicomo says. So manual thing here. So that's what you meant, isn't it, Nicomo? I think. So in this case, we know toggle force field is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, so hang on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, so we just put 14 in there. That's a 5-pointer there, Nicomo, I think, for coming up with the same solution like 5 minutes before I thought of it. Something didn't compile though. Oh, we need to do another check in here if and so we just need to make sure that we're only checking when the label is more than that value. So it's got its kind of problems, the scripting thing, but it's kind of fairly decent. The problem is unfortunately the macro system doesn't know if you've got stuff between the label and the macro that you're calling, it doesn't know how far away that next label is in the first pass because you've got labels in place, right? So that looks correct, I think. Let's just go on to the next screen and come back. I don't like dying to that thing. Plus, I like moving through this now. It's kind of cool. Right, so if I come in here and then I go back. Spot on. I like it. I like it indeed. Right, cool. So I could do with being a bit faster, but okay. So that turret is going to be a problem because it starts shooting you while you're over there, so you can see those things there. Oh, did it? Oh, it hit me. Oh, what? God damn it! Little shits. Yeah, there we go. That's what I should have been doing. And they should still be dead, and they should still. Yeah, I like it. I really like this. This is a nice system. I like it. And we're saving opcodes by using the toggle to do these things. So that entire behavior, once you've got the entity script system in place, right, is only 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 plus the 0. So 21 bytes long. 21 bytes to control those fields like that. The cost of having a script interpreter, but the script interpreter is not huge either. I mean, it does take a little bit of memory, but it's not an awful lot. You look, it's not really not a lot. It's 100 lines, and a lot of that is kind of spaces and stuff and comments. I mean, the comments go to line 29, so not bad at all. Quite pleased with that. All right. So the next thing I want to do is I want to try and move the passable areas into things. So let's just go and have a look at the map and refresh our mind where the passable area. I guess we need to look at both passable areas and the fans and work out which one is less common, because the more common one should be static, the less common one should be dynamic. So that's how we'll work this out now. Okay, so the first passable area is here. There is no other dynamic thing on it. Oh yeah, the laser is dynamic. Is the laser dynamic? I think the laser is dynamic. Yeah, laser is dynamic. Okay. Then passable areas are. Fortunately, I don't know the map well. I don't know the game well enough to say where all the passable things are. But let's try and do my best to remember. So I think these are fine. I think one of these might be passable, but if you look, the only other thing on the screen are these two here, so that would be fine. And I'm seeing fans on this screen. So far we've got, let's say, 2 passable, 1 fan in terms of screen ratios, right? And we've got the turrets, the force fields on here as well. So obviously that's going to be important to manage. Really? Why can't I go any further on that screen? Oh, there we go. Then none of these have passable areas. These are all fine. I don't think that's passable. I think that's a star field in there, which can be dynamic code as well. No need for the star field to be non-dynamic. There's a bit of memory saved, because that's something that happens only in 2 places in the entire game. So the star field and Zub, dynamic. 1 fan. So we're now on 2 fans, 2 passable areas. Okay. No passables. Okay, passable here. No fans. So 3 passables, 2 fans. 4 passables, 3 fans. Don't think any of those are passable. Don't think any there. I think that one is there. So that's 5 passable, 3 fans, 4 fans. It's kind of looking kind of even, isn't it? The one below the net screen has a lot on there. And what, on this one? Or this one? Or this one? Too much lag, yeah. I think this one's got passable as well, hasn't it? 6 passable. It's looking like the passable actually is more common, because that's got passable as well. So it's like 6, 7 passables and still only 3 fans. Okay, yeah, we'll make the fans dynamic because there's not enough screens, and we'll leave the passable. All right, we'll leave the passable alone then, because that's definitely in more places than the fans. If you look, the fans are only on a few screens. So the worst screen for that is going to be so that's only passable and turrets, passable and fans, passable and these. What's the other one? Passable and these as well. Yeah, in fact, the fans are only ever on screens with the force fields and the turrets. That is the worst screen. The worst screen is the one that we've just done. Oh no, because it doesn't have fans on it. Yeah, make fans dynamic. Yeah, exactly, and it makes sense as well. because the passable areas are more common. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Whereas the fans are way less common, and it looks like actually the fans are only ever with one other thing. There don't seem to be any places where they're used with two sets of things. Yeah, it's not okay. Isn't there a swarm somewhere? But I think the swarm is here. Or am I think no, the swarm's here, isn't it? Yeah. This is going to be a fun screen. It's got 2 force fields, 4 turrets, and I'm pretty sure it's got a swarm on here as well. So, okay, so it only ever seems to be used near the force fields. Nothing else. Oh no, passables and force fields. So as long as we put it somewhere where it's not colliding with any of those two, we should be fine. So let's have a look at our memory map. So force field and passables are not being used. So we can safely put it in kind of here somewhere. So let's check for turrets and swarm. Make sure it's not near any turrets. No turrets. And no turrets. No turrets. Cool. Right. Okay. In that case, our fans are going to be at F00. So we're just going to put them in here because I know they're going to share screens with things. So fans. There we go. Isn't it just a cycle through charge? Yeah, it should be really small. Actually, I'm thinking it might be worth putting this in a lower area as well. Oh, is it Jasmine's birthday? Happy birthday, Jasmine. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you for the bits as well. I didn't realise there was bits there as well. Thank you. I appreciate it. As ever. So actually the worst screen is this screen. And it's the worst screen because... Where is it? This one here. It's the worst one because it's got... actually, no, it's not the worst one because it doesn't have the aim turrets on, so we can... Yeah, it's really not going to be that bad. So we can put the enemies on as dynamic as well. They can live wherever the force field stuff is, and... I don't see a problem. All right, fans. Cool. Right, so let's make a new file. Let's call it fans. I don't know how much of this we're going to manage tonight. It shouldn't be too much, I don't think. It shouldn't take too long to do this, but you know what the progress is like on these things. I think it's going to be easy, and then a few hours later, I realize it's going to take 2 weeks to do. So, right. So this is kind of what we need to do. We need to move it into this area. So let's just make sure that's all the same. Let's do fans dynamic cart. Right. So that means we need to add a few little things to the end of the file to make sure that these are logged properly. So we need this here, and we need the dynamic thing on the end as well. So that is basically this here. Sorry, that goes there, I believe. Hang on. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's inside or out, really, here. I'm going to put it outside. It makes more sense for it to be outside. So we're going to load this into F000. When fans are always connected, maybe just merge them in a single... When fans are always connected... No, they're not always connected to force fields, I don't think. There are force fields on this one. There's no force fields on this one. No force fields on this one. There are force fields on this one, but there will be other dynamic elements as well. So where we've got the force fields, we're going to put the enemy sprite. So we'll keep them separate. That's because I don't want to. Fans is going to be so small. We can probably be a lot more efficient with where we put it. We're going to put it at F000 for now, but it may be so small we can move it all the way up to the top of memory. So it almost is a non-issue to import it over anything. see how small we can make it. It shouldn't be too big at all. We just need to know what the fan has loaded in at, like what position it's loaded in at, which characters it's loaded in at. So the way that's going to work is when you initialize the fans, you're going to have to give it the position of just one fan on the screen. You don't need to give it the position of them all, but you do need to give it the position of one fan on the screen. Then that can be used to grab the font location for each of the 4 pieces, which can be used to create the loop that updates it. So there's going to be basically 4 loops of 8 updates each, 1 for each character in the fan. The reason why we need to do 8 separate ones is because there's no guarantee that fan is going to be in consecutive bytes. So what we need to do is when you initialize the fan, you need to basically say initialize fans and give it the location of a single fan on the screen. You don't have to give it the location of them all, just one. And then it will use that location to read the characters at that location on the screen, which will then be able to, you can then convert that into font set locations. There's a method already to do that we've got. Did Steps' thing not work? What did he bet? What did Steps bet? Oh, you didn't. Did you not bet a load on it? Yeah. Yeah, and then on an update, on the fans update, all we have to do then is just copy 8 bytes for each segment of the fan, depending on what frame we're on. And I think there's only 2 frames in the fan, and there's 1 frame, and then there's another frame of it rotated. So we should be able to build that pretty quickly. So let's see if we can do that. I'm going to spend. I'll try and get it done in an hour. If I can't get it done in an hour, then I'll call it a night. But as soon as I've done it, I'm going to stop. So if I manage to do this in half an hour, I'm stopping in half an hour. If it takes me an hour, then I'll stop after an hour. I won't spend more than an hour on it. So 1:15 is the latest I'll stop. So let's see what we can do. Okay. So first of all, we need to get this loaded in. So I need to just make sure everything is kind of matching in here. So we need an init in here, I think, which I said is going to be the one that tells us how to initialize. We will have a macro for this with the screen macros, but basically it will be initializing. We'll have an update in here as well. Likewise, we're going to need some character data. So we'll load some character data in here. So fan frame data. So this is going to be probably 64 bytes, I think. I don't think it's going to be any more than that. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, just so we can make sure that this is working, I'm just going to fill this with some values. So I'm going to fill 32 values with FF, and then I'm going to fill 32 values with 00. And this is just going to flash between on and off, full solid and full off. And we'll call this frame 1, frame 2. And then this will be loaded from a charpad file instead of like this. But for now, we're just going to load it later just so we can see it, so we don't have to do the charpad stuff. Right, so now we need to actually load that into the cart. So that means we need to add another dynamic thing in here. We're going to call this fans dynamic cart, and change that to fans as well. And we're going to put fans on here as well. Spent 800 requests for the only one comedy, never recall me. What's the mystery? Desperate sentiment. I don't know what you on about there. 2-day-old account. Okay, thank you. I won't pay attention to it then just yet. Okay. So yeah, fans dynamic cart, right? So that's been loaded in. Then we just need to actually load the code in, so it actually does get imported as well. And that should be enough for us to actually to have the code there. So let's go ahead and look at screen 24. 4, isn't it? Next, yeah, screen. So screen 23 is working now. I'm very happy with that. An awesome job. The entity script loader is fucking good. I've got to say, it is really good. Well, I think we will use it to bounce enemies around somehow. I'm not sure how. I have to think about it. Maybe they can just call an enemy update function. But kind of we would be doing that anyway. So I'm not sure. I have to think about it. We might not need it for that. And I probably need to look around the other levels to see if there's anything we should be doing. There's definitely some enemies that move in exact patterns around things. They don't just bounce off the sides. They literally move 20 in one direction, 100, and they do that all the time. So that would be a definite definite thing for that. Set to target pods where the enemy has to move to and change enemy speeds. Yeah, actually, you could. Yeah, you could set like a delta and a counter or something. Yeah, we could. I'll have a think about that in a minute, but yeah, it's a possibility, and it would be nice to have it in the dynamic code in screen code as well. So you could just like that screen just has its own little bit of script that dynamically loads in. So yeah, there is definitely things we could do with it. So yeah, let's have a think about that. Have a think about it, Nico. If you can think of a way to do it efficiently, that's beneficial to. I like having it in the dynamic script because it means it's part of the screen code. It doesn't need to be loaded in anywhere. It's just loaded as part of the screen code. So the screen would just have to basically initialize the enemies, like create them, and then that's it. So and the creation could be static code, and then the updates could be dynamic code that's handled by the scripts. Although it would still need some static code. So remember as well that the it's still got to have some code somewhere to run. So even though we would be doing the scripting, yeah, all right. I need to have a think about it. Let's do that once I've got the fans working. That's my focus at the moment. The fans. I'm getting distracted. So fans. All right. So on screen 25, 24. Yeah, screen 24 because we've already got the yeah, right, okay. We've got code for it because we've already got passable areas in there. Okay, so we don't load passable areas because there's no such thing. There's a dynamic code for that, but we do need to load fans. Is it fans cart? Damn it, I forgot what we call the bloody loaders now. Dynamic cart. Okay, god damn it. Okay, so this is loading the fans in here. Then at this point, I now need to say, okay, I need to initialize them now. So, okay, there's no other entity. Is there no other entities to load? I don't believe that for 1 minute. Oh, no, there's no mines on this screen, is there? So, okay, no, that's fine. Okay, fine. So I don't need any of this. Fine. But I do need to do fans.init. So we need to call this. However, this needs to be called as a macro function. And the reason it needs to be called macro is we need to pass some values in here. So I'm just going to put a little note on to say what we're doing. Init fans needs pointing at a single fan on screen to enable all fans. I'm going to put just so it's obvious. So it's just one. Right. So in this case, we are on. Which screen are we on? Where are we? This one, isn't it? Right. Okay. This one. Right. If we use this, we should be able to draw a box to the fan, which gives us a size of something it doesn't want to tell us. Okay. Wait, it was telling me this the other day. Oh, it's on the bottom of that. There we go. So 5 across, 19 down. So that's 4, 19, because the Y stays the same. The X needs -1 from it because it's 0 indexed. Okay, so now we need the macro for this. So let's go into screen macros. Okay, home.macro init fans X, Y. Right, so what this needs to do is this needs to work out a 0-page address for this. Thoughts on Pokemon? I would happily set the Pokemon universe on fire and lose no sleep over it. That's my take on it. I'd rather collect venereal diseases. No, just not a big fan. The thing is, I grew up without it because I'm old enough to have been past it by the time it came out. And when I had kids, they were mad about it. So for me, it's just something that I can't stand. It's like Harry Potter. Harry Potter and Pokemon are two things I just cannot deal with them at all. See too much of them. So that's why I feel that way. That's why I feel that way. I have no problems with people playing it. No problems with people collecting it. But for me, just not interested at all. I will collect the games though. If the game comes, if I manage to get my hands on one of the games, I will keep it. But I'm not going to go searching for them. Do I have a degree? No. Let's say I've got a degree in alcohol. Cybersecurity is a pretty niche space. Not really. I think more and more people are getting into cybersecurity now. So it doesn't have to be niche, and I wish it wasn't niche. I don't think it is, but if it is, I wish it wasn't. I wish more people would pay attention to these things, and we'd be in a much better place if people designed with security in mind. But anyway, I'm getting distracted. I want to do this in under an hour. So, right. So we need to grab screen address. So let's take the accumulator. So we're going to get the MSB. It's going to be the MSB of screen RAM plus XPOS plus YPOS times 28 hex or 40. So that's our accumulator. And X we're going to use for the MSB. And that's just basically going to be the same thing. And then we're going to jump to the subroutine, which is going to be fans in it like that, right? And this is going to initialize the fan. It's going to give us a screen address for that, and we can use that screen address to grab the values that we need to grab. So in fans, holy shit, in here, right? So accumulator equals screen LSB, X thread equals screen MSB. So we need to store the accumulator at a 0-page location. Let's make that location something we use in another init. So let's have a look at aim turret init, see if we're using any in there. No, but I think we do in copy chars, yeah. And we do the copy chars straight away. So copy chars. There's a macro, and the macro is going to be. Is it going to be in here, or is it going to be somewhere else? No, it's in here. It's in this one, isn't it? Font address vec. So let's find. There's probably a good name for this somewhere in thing. Font address vec is the bottom one down here. Hey, GHAF, welcome. Font address effect. Okay, so we've got words down here. Let's just use possible charges. I'm not that keen on using this straight away. I would rather use screen template. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Right. Okay. So fans. Okay. So I'm going to store that screen template plus 0. I'm going to store X at screen template plus 1. Right. Now we've got a lookup for the screen item. So what we need to do now is we need to convert a character into a font address. So what we're going to do is we're going to create some values in here. We're going to call it fan font address. We'll call it LSB, and we'll have MSB as well. We'll create two separate tables here for these values, so it makes it a bit quicker to deal with. And there's going to be 4 addresses here. So fill 4 with 0 and fill 4 with 0 here. So what we need to do is we need to convert a character value into a lookup, or into a memory address. Now, I think there's something to do this already. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm going to have a look if we've already done that. I think we might have done. Just trying to think where it might be, though. That's the thing. Sprite pointer, copy chars, base bounds. No. Would it be a macro, though? I think it would be a macro, wouldn't it? Screen address, persistence object. No. Where would we have used it? Okay, so we would have used it for... Well, it's going to be used in the doors, right? Not the doors, the force fields. Because the force fields have that character update thing. So this generate char address, yeah, so it's this which we got rid of. But we got rid of it because... Field char addresses, okay. Where is it creating those, though? That's the thing. Copy chars. It's when it copies the characters, that's why. Okay, that's not going to be good enough for us, unfortunately. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can create a... Do we need to create a macro here? No. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a function for this, and if we do need to create a macro out of it later, we can do. But for now, I'm just going to create a function. So what this is going to do, this is going to take a screen... It's going to take our screen temper... No. It's going to take a character from... Okay, hang on. So this is going to be char index to address. And this is going to take a value in the accumulator. So let's say it takes char index in A, returns its font, okay, returns its font data address in AX. Okay. The ancient Egyptian word for cat was mao, which means to see. Oh, I never knew that. And yet I played Dark Age of Camelot, and in one of the expansions there was Trials of Atlantis, and they had a zone in there called Stygia, Stygia, which was basically like Egypt, and it had lots of like kind of weird like creatures called mouse, but they were like humanoid, like half humanoid, half cat. Imagine kind of like what you'd expect Egyptian hieroglyphics to depict, kind of cat gods or something. That's what they looked like, and they were called mouse. And now I know why they were called mouse. Never thought of that, but yeah, that's cool. It was also a horrific zone. That kind of want to see it again though now, to be honest. There was a huge raid encounter that took about 100 or 200 people, and you basically had to spread out across the entire map. then across the entire zone. You had to groups of 30 taking out one village. You had to take out several villages at the same time in order to bring the shields down on top of this pyramid so that the rest of the raid could take the big boss down. That game was amazing for raids. I mean, I think the biggest raid I've seen in Warcraft was 40 players or something like that. Was it what was it called? Is it AQ 40? Whatever it is, the big 40-man raid that was in World of Warcraft early on, or was it in Burning Crusade? I can't remember. It was fairly early on. Yeah, it was Burning Crusade. No, it wasn't. It was in Vanilla. But yeah, it was 40 man. But yeah, Camelot was doing 100, 200 men raids, so they were huge. But they weren't, because there was no limit to the size of the groups that you could make. So you could create what were called battle groups. So groups had 8 people in, but you could just have as many people as you wanted in a battle group, and they would still group in groups, but you would all be able to join an encounter together. So you would do, I think that one was generally you needed about 150 people or so to do that encounter. I think it got a bit less over time as people figured out strategies for it, but generally because you had to split the group up across the entire zone, and basically you had to lock down all the villages in order to unveil the pyramids that you could climb into the pyramid and kill the big liony creature thing that was on the top. And again, I'm getting distracted. God damn it. Right. Okay. Take the char index in A. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to take A and we need to convert it into an address. So we're going to store an accumulator in our target. So we're going to... This is going to be our target here. So we're going to call it LSB because that's what we've got. The MSB is going to be in X. We're going to call that MSB. It may get transferred there in a different way, but for now we'll do that. In fact, it probably is going to, because we're going to do this. We're going to store connect with 0. So now we've got 00 LSB. So this is our character value in 16-bit format. So to turn this into character value in address format, what we need to do first of all is we need to times this by 8, because every character is 8 bytes. So we need to shift to the left LSB, and then roll to the left the accumulator. That's times 2, times 4, times 8. So now we have it in an address space, but that's not enough. What we also need to do at this point is we need to add the beginning of character ROM. So I can't remember if we have character space actually a constant for that. Char RAM, there we go. Say 100. Now char RAM always starts at on a page boundary. In fact, it starts on a 250 2 kilobyte boundary. So all we need to do is add the upper byte of char RAM to our upper byte, and then we'll transfer that to the X register, because we don't need to then do this and RTS. And there we go. That is how we convert a character into a char RAM value. So just to shift to the left. Yeah, I should play that way. Should play Time Warp when I'm doing shifting. That'd be funny. I should get some little buttons on here, for stuff like that. Okay, let's bring this up. There we go. Right. So if I grab the value now in this location, so what I need to do is keep Y on 0. And we grab the top corner first. So we're going to grab the value that's at screen temp vet, comma Y. So this is the top left of that thing. And we're just going to call chart index to address. And now we have that value. So now we can say store accumulator. Let's put these up at the top, actually. Let's move all of these up to the top. Store the friend accumulator here, and store the X here. Okay, so that's the first one. So that's top left. So then to do top right, we just increase Y by 1, and we do repeat the same thing again. This time sticking it in here like so. And then to do bottom left, instead of increasing Y, this time we need to do something a little bit more complicated. Not much though. Transfer it to there. Thank you, Ledge81, for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've got a drink. I've been nursing. Well, actually, I'm on my second one, but I have been so slow with the drinking tonight, and yet I seem to be pumping out the code, which doesn't make any sense. I'm usually the other way around. I need to pump code out by being drunk. It's fine. I'll make up for it with vodka next week. So we need to add 39 or 27 in hexadecimal in order to get onto the next row, because we've already moved forward one, so we need to add just less than one row's width to go into the right place. Then we do this again, this time adding it to 2. And then we do an increase Y again for the bottom right. And we store those in 3. And there we go. We've grabbed the address. So it seems like quite a bit of code, but we only need to do this once and then we're done. And once we're done, the update is where the fun stuff happens. So we can load the frame timer. And we end that with whatever our time is. So let's say, let's just put a hard-coded value in. For now, we can make this a constant. It will still be a hard-coded value, but we'll put a constant up here, I think, for the fan speed. So if that's equal to 0, we jump ahead. Otherwise, we exit. Right, so now this is only happening once every 8 frames. And so what do we need to do every 8 frames? Well, what we need to do is we need to grab the data from these locations and store them in... the data from here and store them in these locations. So we're going to have to do this a few times. Unfortunately, there isn't really a better way of doing this, because it doesn't really matter how we do this. We're still going to have to copy these unless we stored these directly in 0 page. So if we stored these in 0 page all the time, this wouldn't be a problem. But then we've got things in 0 page that belong to dynamic code, and I don't like that. And this isn't going to be a huge overhead. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create an unrolled loop here. I'm going to do one. It should propagate to the other ones by doing this loop as well. Right, so what do we need to do? Okay, so we need to take the font address. We need to take... And we need to store that in a 0 page location. So we need to go and pick somewhere in 0 page for this. Actually, we can keep using screen temp. That doesn't really matter. It's good. Okay. Actually, no, let's not use screen temp because it's not got the right name. So let's actually give it something with a proper name. 0 page, 0 page. Oh, I thought I had 0 page open, but I don't. Okay. Strobotron font vec. Yeah, it's one of these. Let's call it fan vec. Fan font vec. Perfect. That's where all the other font vecs are, so we might as well just call it that and stick it. Oh, actually, bonus font fetch, force field screen pos. Some screen pos, final font. Yeah, I think that one's probably best, actually, fan font vec. So it doesn't have to stay the same, it's just... Actually, I can just put it here, can't I? It doesn't really matter if I just put it on... There you go. No, it's got the same name, so it's fine. Okay. Okay, so we want to store that at fan font vec, which happens to be the same thing, but... and that needs to be plus I. Okay, and then it needs to be plus I, but MSB, and that needs to be plus 1. Then we're going to do a loop. So this is where we're going to take, I'm going to start the Y on 0, and we're going to do a little loop which goes through and grabs each one of the values in this and frame data. plus I times 8. But this needs to actually change if it's... All right, sorry, we can start this in a different place. All right, cool. So, yeah, okay, so this loop just changes if it's on frame 1 or 2, but we can keep this bit the same. So frame I data plus 8, comma y, and store that at font vec, comma y. Increase y. Can we use x here? I think we can, can't we? So if we just put x as 0 as well, and we increase y and increase x. Actually, if we do this backwards, it'll save a thing there. Decrease x. There we go. Okay, so now all we need to do is set this value depending on whether. So we'll load it with 0. But what we're going to do is we're going to grab which frame we're on. So let's call it current frame offset, and we'll start it on 0. So it's going to start on 0, but every time we run this, every time we hit this loop here, it's going to grab that value. But before it grabs that value, or actually it can grab it, yaw it with 20. So now it's switching between the two frames. Store it back at there and transfer it to Y. Sorry, I'm on a right mission with this. I'm really, really kind of plowing through this. I'm sure it's a bit harder to follow because I'm just kind of spewing code out at the moment. Okay, and then that should copy everything. Okay, so do I want to do this like this? Do I want it unrolled, or do I want to put it in its own loop so it does it 4 times? If I don't put it like this, then this becomes a bit more complicated, I guess. But it would be smaller, and I like it being smaller. Let's get it working first, because I have got this one down here as well, which would massively complicate things. So, however, I do think this frame data is not going to change too much. I'd need a table for... All right, let's just do it like this for now. See how big it is. I don't think it's going to be that big, though. Okay, so that updates all of them 4 times, and then RTS. Okay. So then all we need in here is fan update. Okay, so I don't expect this to work straight away because it probably needs loading the way the other things need loading. I think it's failed anyway. I saw an error message. Fans in it. Okay, fans in it is there. So where's it not getting that from? Oh. Fan frame data really doesn't need frame 1 and 2, but I'll leave it there anyway, just so we've got labels for it. That should be all right now. Okay, so we've got a problem with the number of brackets in here right now, so let's check out all the bracket pairs. So bracket to bracket, bracket. That shouldn't be there. All right. That was that one to this one, that one to that one, that one to that one, to that one, that one, to that one, to that one. Okay, all right. Yeah, fuck Mayhem t-shirt, that'd be good. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so it's trying to do something. You can see it's doing something here, but obviously it's doing it wrong. But it is doing it, and it is doing it on the actual font character. So the first thing I want to check is, have I got the right right address for this 519? So it would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 18. No, 19. 4 and 19. Okay. And on here, 419. Yeah, okay, that should be fine. So it is doing something because it is drawing correctly, but I think it's getting the font addresses wrong. I don't know why it's getting the font addresses wrong though. Chart index to address. Is there something I'm doing wrong in here? Clear add the charam transfer text. That should be fine. Store the LSB. Yeah. Keep it 0. Shift. Add the upper RAM. Transfer to X. Yeah. Okay, that should be fine. What is it doing wrong then? Okay, let's just do 1. Let's see what it's doing there. And instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to override this with AA, because that's like a jail bar kind of pattern. Okay, so it's definitely doing that top corner. It is doing something weird down there. It's done like another one in that bottom corner for some reason. That makes no sense, because that should not be affecting that character at all. That character isn't even a fan, and we're not drawing this character to the screen. We're overriding this character here. So for some reason, it's drawn that character to the screen. It looks like. So I'm not sure what's going on there. That's weird. Let me just run that again. Think about why that might be happening in the meantime. Yeah, it's drawing that there. That's really odd. Okay, as I said, I'm not going to spend much longer. I'm going to put another 25 minutes or so, and then I'm going to stop. I still feel confident I can do this in time. I'm just wondering why it's displaying that everywhere. This font vec doing something weird. Maybe it's the position of this. Maybe there's the 0-page conflict that we've got here. So maybe I shouldn't have used that one there. Maybe I should have used this one up here instead. So let me just move it to there. See if that fixes that problem. Because we are using screen pause and shit there, so it might be doing something weird. I mean, it shouldn't do, though, because I think it's going to do the same thing. Yeah. Okay. The question is why? Why has it done 1 extra there? Because it should only be updating the character. So nothing in that file should mean that is that character. I don't know why it is that character. It's really weird. What happens if I don't do any of those updates? I mean, if I'm looking in the wrong places now. So if I do this at 0 now, it shouldn't do anything, right? Because I'm not storing. Oh, that must be yes, right? Okay. I just want to make sure that it's only storing in that location. Yeah. Okay. So then, why does it think this and this are the same? Could it be a timing thing? Maybe it's grabbing that data before the screen is completely ready. So let me test that theory quickly by doing a really really, really hacky workaround. Well, it's not even a workaround. It's just to see if this works. I know, because it's still going to need to do this. Shit, no, I can't do it like that. Is it the Y here? Am I grabbing? No, because it's only this first one that it's using. You can only change one character. If I'm only changing one character, I should only see one character being updated, but I'm seeing multiple being updated. That's where the weirdities are here. What am I missing? What am I doing wrong here? Okay. Ha ha. Okay, I see the problem. Okay, this should be X, and this should be Y. This should be 0. This should be increase Y. That was increase Y and increase X as well. And compare X to 0.8. Branch if not equal. Then this needs to stay as Y. This needs to stay as X, right? Okay. It's because I'm using an offset to calculate the where the fan begins and ends. 76 typo. Oh, thank you. Acmefin said that. I'm going to give Acmefin that one. He beat you to it. Acmefin is on the board. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Branch new. It's just a new branch. That's all I'm thinking. But thank you for the listen as well to point that out. And the line number as well. Acmefin just went, be new. He just shouted out what I typed in, whereas Andy did give me a bit more useful information. Okay. Okay, something's definitely better, but something's still weird. But it's almost there. So let me just check. What am I doing wrong here? Okay, so transfer that to the X register. Though this value can be X, okay, that doesn't matter. Oh, okay, this should be compare Y. Let's put that on the next line to make sure it's right. Here we go. X set to 0. And I think I've got it now. No, X is either 0 or 2-0. I was comparing the wrong. I was doing a compare Y, and it should have been compare X. Yeah, there we go. So we've got 4. Right, okay. So now if I set this to do 4 of them and get rid of this, hopefully we should see it alternate between. Let's actually make it AA here as well, right? So we should see it alternate between the bars and fully, like, it should just flash bars basically. Okay, so only drawing 2 and they're not flashing. So that's a problem. Why is it only drawing 2? Okay, let's just have a quick look. So we've got current frame offset. Find current frame offset. Okay. No, not yeah. That's the one that gets. Yeah, update. So load that value. EOR it with 2-0. So if it's 2-0, it will be. Yeah, it'd be. It's already 0-0. Wait. If it's 0-0, you're on it with 2-0, make it 2-0. If it's 2-0, you're on it, we'll make it 0-0. Okay, so that should toggle between the two numbers. Fun frame data. What's I times 8? So up to 32 bytes, comma X, that increases, that stores font vec. Huh. That looks like it should work, but I don't know why it's not. All right, let's do something a little bit different here. Let's just do. I'm just going to try and draw the top. Well, I don't know which one it's going to draw actually. One, two. It's going to draw bottom left, I think. God damn it! I feel like this should have been easier and already. Oh, look, there we go. It is flashing on and off. All right, so it works with just that one. So something I'm doing that's. Oh, I know what the problem is. We're doing this too many times, so it's changing every time. So this music is somehow annoying. Yeah, let me skip this. I don't know who picked this one, but it's getting skipped. That's putting me off. So that could be X. Sorry, Warlock. Did you pick that one? It was annoying though. Right, I think we're in good ground, and we might just have enough time to. Yes, we do. Right, cool. Let's see how quickly we can knock up some fans in here. Okay, so we need to go and grab those fans first from in here, which is just these characters here. There's the 4 positions of the fan, and then I just need to grab the one from the video. So this is going to be fun. I need to find the frame that doesn't match what I've already got. Right, okay, so what frame is that? Is that the one we've got, or is that not the one we've got? Let's make it a black background. Let's make this all. This reminds me of Spaced whenever I hear it. And I can just see Nick Frost with his whistle going like. It's the A-Team music, isn't it? Okay, so there is the one that's being shown here on screen is the other one. So can I grab this easily and kind of zoom in on it a little bit? Because it does have kind of a pixel grid on it, so that should be enough. Right, cool. Okay, so let's try. Let's knock these into position. Oh, we can just do one corner at a time, I guess. Okay, well let's copy that. Oh shit! Let's copy those and just knock the fan out of the middle. Right. Okay. So. Uh, 3. Two, 3. So go. Hey. There we go. So then we save this project as. Is that the right order? It is the right order as well, isn't it? Top left, yeah. Although that one looks kind of funky. Oh no, it's right. It is right. It just looks weird, I think. Hang on. Let's just save this. Fans.ctm. It just looks weird down there. That's the thing. But as is actually correct. It's just because there's a dotted line on it, I think. If you take the grid off, yeah, it looks fine. All right, cool. And then what we'll do is I'm going to work out how big this is and move it up because it's like I think it's really small. So, hey, good night, Nicomo. I think we're almost done anyway. I'm going to call it a night in a minute. Just going to get this fan working. It's pretty much done. I could not have asked for better timing on this actually. So let's just import that here. But yeah, thanks for all the help again as usual, and I shall see you on Tuesday. Sleep well, dude. Just make sure I get my character paths right. I can never remember the exact character path because it's like that. Oh no, that's yeah. Assets bin. Oh shit, assets bin. Wait, there should be more characters somewhere. Oh, there we go. Assets bin. Yeah, okay. So we don't need those, and that means we should now have working fans. And then it's just a matter of getting the speed of the fans correct. Cool. Right, so what's the speed going to be like? It's going to be a lot faster than that, I think. It is only 2 frames, though, definitely. But yeah, it's like double the speed of what I've got it going on there. Maybe even faster. So while I'm thinking about this, I'm going to move the fan stuff down a little bit. Fans dynamic, yeah, let's see, like F100. So I can really move this all the way up to like FE00, I think, which is what I'm going to do. Then it becomes something that doesn't even clash with anything, really. Because we're not going to need more than that, really. I can't imagine we'd need more than that. Bytes. In fact, I mean, it could even go higher than that, but I'm not going to move it higher than that. I think that's fine. And I'm going to put that here. So it's really not going to clash with anything. I just need to make sure it's loads in the right place. And then speed wise, I just need to fix that. So let's try it on 1. Let's see how fast that is. It might be too fast, so I might have to slow it down a little bit. Yeah, the other option was to kind of initialize all the fans. I think that's too fast now, isn't it? Yeah, too fast. All right. The other idea was to initialize each position for the fans and then update the characters on the fly. But I think that would have been a little bit kind of more performant hungry because there'd have been a lot more. Like it wouldn't have been so easy to put it into loops like this. So while there would have been less bytes to copy, you would have still be copying. Like we're copying 32 bytes, you would have still had to copy on that screen 16, but on other screens more. And there would have been a lot of this stuff. Whereas you're only ever doing 4, no more than 4. This. So on some screens, this is going to be less efficient, but on other screens, it will be definitely more. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's used on like 3 screens, so. And it doesn't look like any of them are going to be problematic. But I think that's probably about it. Oh, so find someone to raid in a minute. My fucking knees are killing me. There we go. Perfect. So now we have fans working with code loaded all the way up there. So we've still got loads of free code. So what do we need on this screen? Well, we just need enemies on this screen, and then we're done. And we've got yet another screen complete. This is what I said about it moving a lot quicker. So see what these enemies do just before we end for the night. So they don't shoot back; they just bounce around. They're pretty easy to do. The only thing we're going to have to do is make sure that they don't bounce on these things here. Not a problem. Passable areas is something that we declare, so we can always check for passable areas when we're bouncing things around. Yeah, they're used on here as well. Yeah, because they have to go through the passable areas looking at that. Okay, should be fine though. Should be fine. Okay, cool. Let's leave it there then for tonight. Thank you very, very much for coming along again tonight, guys. Thank you for all the help as well. Things are going really smoothly now. I'm liking it. Let's have a look on the raids. Let's see who's around. Not really Chalky for a while, but I've not seen him for a while either. I don't know where he is. Jessica Mack is doing some code. Or Duke is on. So do we go to another coder or do we go to some gaming? Let's go to Jessica. She's got less anyway. Don't know what she's doing, but it looks like she's reading web pages at the moment. But we'll go and raid her anyway. So thank you for coming along tonight, guys. I shall see you all on Tuesday if everything's going well. Really, really happy with the progress. I'm starting to feel like this might get finished this year, possibly even the first half of the year, but we shall see anyway. Okay, take care, guys, and I shall see you all on Tuesday. Cheerio.